We will call the City Council meeting to order. It's 5 p.m. City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Gerson,
Present.
Councilmember Kaji,
Here.
Councilmember Kalani,
Present.
Councilmember Lewis,
Present.
Councilmember Matucci is absent, Councilmember Sheikh,
Present.
Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with city manager and city attorney on agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with labor negotiator, and 14B, real property conference with real property negotiator. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Section 54957.6 and 54956.8. We will return after closed session. Thank you. Good evening. We have been in closed session. City Manager, do we have any actions to report?
Good evening, Your Honor. No actions to report. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now reconvening our City Council meeting. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us in the council chambers, along with everyone watching remotely. Do we have any members in the council who have served or are serving or are veterans in the U.S. military? Will you please stand? Yes. It's okay. We got you, Mr. Gerson. We appreciate your service. Then let's rise, and Councilwoman Lewis will lead us in a flag salute, and I will lead us in the invocation.
Thank you, Mayor. I hand over your heart begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing.
Dear God, as we gather together to do the people's business, I just pray that you will give us clear minds, clear hearts, and the objectivity to see through the facts and make decisions on behalf of the people we represent. Thank you for giving us a great city, great people who serve with us, all our public safety responders in the fire, in the police, public works, transit, community service department, everyone. Thank you for Team Torrance, and thank you tonight we could celebrate one centenarian. Amen. On to item 3. I'll take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
So moved.
Second. Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. Item 4, announcements of withdrawn, deferred, or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Autumn Choi, City Manager. There are supplemental materials available online on the city website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Item 6A, resolution number 2024-59, honoring Luz Fierro upon retirement from the city of Torrance after 21 years of service. Item 7, oral communications. Item 9B, from city manager to appoint city manager, finance director, and deputy finance director as authorized agents of the city of Torrance to engage in matters within the Federal Emergency Management Agency and California Governor's Office of Emergency Services. Adopt resolution appointing the city manager, finance director, and deputy finance director as authorized agents. And lastly, 10A, from community development, conduct public hearing on land use study 24-0002 regarding proposed amendments to the Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to electronic digital billboards, determining California Environmental Quality Act CEQA exemption, adopt ordinance amending Torrance Municipal Code. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Item 5, council committee meetings and announcements. I will start off with the first one, respect to Red Cross volunteers needed. In response to a growing number of disasters impacting communities nationwide, the American Red Cross is urgently seeking new volunteers across the Los Angeles region to join their shelter services team. Shelter services team members play a vital role in disaster relief operations and providing essential support services to people affected by disasters. Start your training today and be ready to deploy in the next 60 days to assist with these critical relief efforts. Turn your compassion into action. For more information or to speak with a Red Cross recruiter, please email LAVOLRECRUITER, and that spells LA Vol Recruiters, the @ redcross.org, or email the City of Torrance Office of Emergency Services at OES, the @ torranceca.gov. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. The city is proud to announce the second installment of TRIST, the world's largest international alternative art fair dedicated to artist-run spaces and collectives, and Nomad 3, a non-commercial pop-up exhibition including more than 150 Southern California artists featuring their works in painting, sculpture, installation, and more. These events will take place at the Del Amo Crossing, located at 21535 Hawthorne Boulevard. Both Tristan and Nomad are free to attend. The art fair is open Saturday, August the 24th and Sunday, August 25th from 12 to 6. The presenting sponsor is the Torrance Refining Company. The platinum sponsor is Del Amo Crossing. Additional sponsors include Discover Torrance, Sonesta Hotel. We invite the community to join us at this unique two-day event as we celebrate the arts right here in Torrance. Thank you.
Councilman Lewis, you have another one.
Thank you, Mayor. I am also excited to share that Torrance Transit officially kicked off the 2024 NFL season with game day service, offering fans a safe, clean, and affordable ride to SoFi Stadium to cheer on their favorite football team. On August 10th, Torrance Transit launched its 2024 SoFi Stadium 10X service from the new Mary K. Giordano Regional Transit Center in Torrance to the NFL games at SoFi Stadium in Inglewood. This service was highly popular last season with nearly 9,000 fans hopping aboard. The Torrance Transit has already provided service for 3 preseason games and is amped up and ready to provide service for 17 more anticipated regular season games starting September the 8th. Parking at the Regional Transit Center is free, and the round-trip fare is $4, which is very valuable when you put in the 405. That's my ad lib, not on the script. Due to limited parking spaces, carpooling is encouraged. For fare payment and parking details, you may visit Torrance Transit at transit.torranceca.gov. Again, that's transit.torranceca.gov. The transit staff encourages the community to take advantage of this service. The Mary K. Giordano Regional Transit Center is located at 465 Crenshaw Boulevard. We look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Thank you. Did I hear you correct? $4 round trip
$4 round trip and no 405.
and free parking. Okay.
And no 105 either.
Councilman
Yeah.
Kaji, you're next.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to request the City Council support to co-sponsor an upcoming seminar led by the Center for Professional Exchange, or CPEX. The seminar is scheduled to be held on October 23rd, 2024, from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Mary K. Giordano Regional Transit Center. The seminar will bring together experts and industry leaders to discuss the latest developments and innovations in the industry of reverse logistics. Notably, Japanese companies have been at the forefront of creating new processes to meet the growing market demand for sustainable solutions in this area. We plan to invite the following members and organizations, including the Consulate General of Japan, Cal EPA, Los Angeles County Sanitation District, the South Bay Council of Governments, the South Bay Workforce Investment Board, and other key stakeholders to participate in this important event. I believe that this event aligns with our city's commitment to sustainability, economic development, and fostering international partnerships. I respectfully request that the City of Torrance formally co-sponsor this seminar, providing the space and any necessary support to ensure its success. Do I have concurrence? Thank you.
I see a 6-0. You got concurrence.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And Councilman Gerson.
Thank you, Mayor. So, I've been spending a lot of time at the airport and trying to understand the issues from all different angles. And prior to my getting here, the residents of Torrance had spoken very loud and very clear. They didn't want the Torrance Airport solving the pilot's crisis, and they didn't want airplanes continually circling nonstop, incessantly until they pulled their hair out. And the council, before I got here, managed that problem, and I have heard a lot of positive feedback and appreciation from the residents of Torrance. I still see that the underlying issue at the airport still exists, and it's going to take time for us to address and resolve it. I've spent a lot of time at the airport, and I'm really happy to have been getting a lot of traction and a lot of being able to inspire. So far, we know that Sling has started their monthly pancake breakfasts. Robinson Helicopter has approached the city and wants to do a holiday festival coming this December. Hopefully to bring a Torrance Beer Festival to the airport in 2025, and hoping to see a restaurant open its doors in 2026 at our airport. And so these improvements take a lot of time and a lot of direction. A lot of cynicism, mistrust, and misinformation is also out there, especially around the charter amendments. And unfortunately, this misinformation has legs. In fact, I got a message from a developer who sent me a Wall Street Journal article that was about a derelict airport and planning, and creating a planned community. So these rumors have legs that continue past our local community. And so, unfortunately, truth doesn't set us free anymore. Truth doesn't set aside rumors and mistrust and misinformation. What does is changing the narrative. And so today I'd like to ask the council's support in starting to change that narrative. And so I'd like to ask the council for concurrence to instruct staff to design a logo to represent the Torrance Municipal Regional Airport, Zamperini Field.
We're waiting for you to, you asking for concurrence. I think I just want to make sure I clarify so the folks know how to put their thumbs up or down. You're asking staff to come up with the logo,
Yes.
and then we could determine do we like it or not, or go or no go, something like that.
Yes, I'd like staff to create a logo.
Got it. Okay. Question, Councilwoman Lewis.
I'm sorry, I wasn't on the mic. Should we consult with our attorney?
Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. The pending litigation wouldn't have anything to do with a logo. I would kind of amend the request for concurrence to bring an item back, because I don't know if this would be done in-house or if we would go outside for a consultant to design it, but staff can bring a report back whether we have the capabilities in-house or if the council were to give concurrence to design a logo either in-house or with outside assistance.
Correct, that was my second question, so.
Just to
thank you.
make sure that people know
If you
the
would amend-
airport
If you amend it, I think what the attorney is saying to bring it back, whether it would be staff doing it internally, or if it's necessary to get a consultant, that's the only questions that we had. So are you willing to amend the request?
yes.
If I may, Alam Charan, City Manager, we have the internal capacity or a combination of, this is a small scope project. The question would be whether, once we bring you some concepts, you can provide feedback and determine at that point, do we adopt the proposed logo or not, and any adjustments you want to make, then we'll be able to, either way, there'll be deliberation with this body
Exactly.
prior
That's
to adoption of a new logo.
That's what I was sharing, because I
Thank
know
you.
we had a evaluation of a new city logo a while ago, so it would be the similar process.
So with that said,
Okay. I see a 6-0. All right, thank you. And we have one last announcement by Hamilton Cloud, representative from Councilwoman Maxine Waters' office.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Chen, members of the council, and to the great staff of the city of Torrance. As you know, Congresswoman Waters is extremely proud to represent about half of Torrance in the Congress of the United States. And while she's in Chicago tonight, she asked me to come and make sure that the entire city is aware of the town hall meeting she's going to be holding this Saturday, August 24th, at the Hawthorne Memorial Center in the sunroom at 10 o'clock. It's going to specifically be about the postal service that all of us receive. A day doesn't go by in our office where we don't get phone calls of concern from constituents and employees of the Postal Service. And so the Congresswoman thought this would be a great opportunity to have upper management from USPS hear directly from the public, and for the public to hear directly from upper management as to what kind of plans they have for the future of the Postal Service. So again, it's this Saturday, August 24th, 10 a.m. at the Hawthorne Memorial Center in the sunroom. There's plenty of parking, and there will be an opportunity for members of the public to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cloud. Let's see, where are we? On to moving on to community matters. Item 6A is a resolution honoring Luz Fierro upon her retirement from the city of Torrance after 21 years of service. This is for adoption only, so I'll take a motion to adopt resolution 2024-29. Or city clerk, might have number and title, please.
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2024-59, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Luz E. Ferrero, upon her retirement from the city after 21 years of service.
Motion to adopt resolution number 2024-59.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Okay. Moving on to item 6B. Tonight, the city has the honor of recognizing a special Torrance resident. The city's Community Service Department's Recreation Division and the Commission on Aging launched the Centenarian program in 2022 to honor Torrance residents celebrating their birthday of 100 years or older. I'd like to present Torrance's sixth recipient of the Centenarian program, Mr. Joseph H. Gerson, with a proclamation and a Centenarian coin. Mr. Gerson, along with his family, are here to accept this special recognition. I'd like to invite Mr. Gerson and family, as well as members of the Commission on Aging, to join me at the podium for a special presentation. And after I get there, I'm going to ask each council member to read off one paragraph. I'll tell you when to start once I get there. So would you start off? I think each council member will read off one paragraph, and I'll finish it off.
My pleasure. It is with great joy and admiration that we celebrate the life and legacy of Mr. Joseph H. Gerson, the true beacon of strength and wisdom who has reached the remarkable milestone of 100 years. He is a distinguished individual born in 1924 in Cranston, Rhode Island, serves as a testament to his resilience and the value instilled in him during his upbringing. Growing up during the Great Depression, he learned firsthand the importance of hard work and perseverance. And
Whereas he exemplified academic excellence by earning a full scholarship to Brown University before answering the call of duty in World War II, proudly serving as a sergeant in the U.S. Army Signal Corps in China, Burma, and India from 1943 to 1946. And
whereas it is fitting to recognize the extraordinary life of Joseph, a great individual who has dedicated his life to service, his family, and his community. Following his valiant service, Joseph returned home to marry Edith, celebrating an inspiring 70 years of marriage. Their love and dedication were evident in the way they raised their two sons, Aaron and Andrew, and welcomed daughter-in-law Bridget and granddaughter Camille into their loving family. And
whereas Joseph's professional journey exemplifies his dedication to pushing the boundaries of what was thought possible in computing and beyond. In the 1950s, he excelled as a computer engineer with Bandix computers and scientific data systems. In the 1960s, he continued his pioneering work with the Xerox Corporation, laying the foundation for the digital age we have today. In the 1970s, Joseph transitioned to a successful career as a real estate broker with Spring Realty in Torrance, and
Whereas Joseph's selflessness extended beyond his professional pursuits as he dedicated his time to establishing a conservatorship to manage the medical and financial care of his niece, who is mentally and physically disabled, ensuring her well-being for the rest of her life. And whereas, despite facing physical challenges in his later years, Joseph remained resilient, finding joy in swimming at the Torrance YMCA several times a week and pursuing his passion for fixing television sets, computers, and rebuilding cars when able. Joseph's life has represented honesty, kindness, and unwavering dedication to his family and country, embodying the true spirit of patriotism and community service. His contributions to the South Bay community, where he has resided for an impressive 70 years, were significant and far-reaching.
Now, therefore, I, George Chen, as mayor of the city of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim Mr. Joseph H. Gerson at the blessed age of 100 as Centenarian of the city of Torrance, and wish him a continued long life, prosperity, and the esteem of the entire community for a distinguished and incredible life. Signed this 20th day of August, 2024. This proclamation exemplifies a hero in our city in the background. And does any member of the family wish to speak on behalf of Joseph to the council?
Hi, my name is Aaron, and all I can say is we're so proud of our father. He represents nothing but love and kindness and dedication to his family and his community. And on his behalf, I know he would love to say thank you to all of you for recognizing him. He's always been very eloquent, but he's lost his ability over the last couple of years, unfortunately, to speak properly. But I know that's what he's thinking. And, he's always had a pretty good sense of humor. He's always told me that the first 100 years are the hardest. So Dad, it's going to get really easy now. He did, like you guys read, serve in World War II in the United States Army, in the Signal Corps. He was a sergeant. He had a full ride scholarship to Brown University. He was pulled out because of the war and went to China, Burma, and India to serve. And what they had to do is they would go in ahead of the troops and lay down all the communication towers. They'd assemble these 150-foot tall radio towers so that the troops could communicate with each other when they'd be coming into the area. But the way it was supposed to work is the Marines were supposed to go in first and clear the area. So he was telling us quite a few stories about what happened over there. There was one incident where there were 6 people in his platoon and a pilot and a co-pilot. They flew into an airfield in Burma, and when they landed, the area was not secure, and they took heavy artillery fire from the Japanese, and the plane actually caught on fire when it landed, and they bailed out, and they dug down and hunkered in for a week, taking heavy artillery fire, the 6 of them, plus the pilot and co-pilot, and they had no food, no water for a week. They were drinking rainwater, and they all ended up with dysentery. They all got extremely sick. He thought he was going to die, and then a troop of Marines called Merrill's Marauders came in and rescued them, and he's still here. So it's quite an incredible story, and you know, this is just an example of what their generation went through. Like I said, he does have a pretty good sense of humor. He told us a story about how he got his driver's license. So he was raised on a small farm in Rhode Island. They were very poor. Nobody had a car. And when he went into the military, like I said, he was a sergeant. One of the lieutenants pulled him in and said, "Gerson, go to the motor pool and get this big truck, and you're going to pick up a bunch of workers and take them to a construction site." And he said, "But I don't know how to drive. I don't have a driver's license. I have no idea how to drive." And so the lieutenant pulled out a piece of paper and wrote on it, "This is your driver's license." And he said, "Get in that truck and take him to the construction site." So he gets in this big truck. He has no idea how to even use it. It had a clutch, and you know, he had to shift gears. He's trying to figure out how to turn the thing on, and finally figures that out, and he grinds the gears and gets it going, loads up the truck, and he's got all these construction workers in the back, and he's driving the construction site, barely staying on the road, going on and off the road, and it was bouncing around, and he could hear all the guys in the back yelling and having a good time. They thought he was doing it on purpose. So I've always joked with him and told him I wanted to get him a license plate frame that says, "If you don't like the way I drive, stay off the sidewalk." So that's just a fun story. But, yeah.
Well, thank you for sharing this story with us. I would not be surprised we have a movie in the making about this, our hometown hero of the greatest generation. And what I like to do is I like to bring the whole council down to join me here as we present the proclamation to Mr. Gerson. And we take a group photo together facing that direction. Yes, we're going to turn around because the photographer will be going this way. You all, yeah, we'll all come together. Okay, we just gather around tight. Yes. Just so the audience knows that in my hand there's a small item. It's the City of Torrance Centenarian coin.
Hi, how are you? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do it again with the family camera. Thank you for your service, sir. Thank you.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
Moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items under the consent calendar or items not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed. Request clarification, refer the item to staff. Speakers under orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout material to the council, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk before speaking. Handouts will be distributed while you speak. It's 7:09. City clerk, do we have anyone who signed up?
Yes, Your Honor, Janet Payne.
Good evening. I came to say thank you and give you some information. A little less than a year ago, your honorable body honored my husband, who passed on September 2nd, 2023, with adjourning that particular meeting in his honor. At that time, after working with the staff, Councilwoman Kalani read the tribute, a little history about him. And I wanted to update you on something that we've just done, my family. This past Friday, my family witnessed a memorial space flight mission, a spacecraft countdown, liftoff, and launch of SpaceX's Falcon 11, the smallest rideshare rocket from Space Force Launch Complex 4E at Vandenberg Space Force Base, California. This uniquely compelling
Janet, will you come up to the podium, speaker, please? We'll take you as a continuation of our announcements.
I hope there's not a trap door here with alligators. Should I start over?
Oh, just go back maybe 10 seconds. I think we caught. Yeah.
Okay. This uniquely compelling Earth orbit spacecraft carried a variety of payloads, including the Celestius Company cremated remains of approximately 60 persons, including my husband, Charles E. Payne. It will remain in orbit for 3 to 5 years until it reaches re-enters the Earth's orbit, harmlessly vaporizing like a shooting star for its final tribute. Sometime in September, with the help of Community Services Department and the Park Services Department, we'll be dedicating a bench and plaque for my husband in El Prado Park. I hesitated doing an obituary until it was time for this, but I have to share with you how incredible it was for a man who was at Vandenberg Air Force Base as a vice commander in the mid-'80s, ready to launch the next space shuttle when the Challenger tragedy happened. So his big project was put in mothballs. So he rested on that Space Force complex last Friday, and we saw his ashes go up into space. I just wanted to let you know.
Thank you, Janet. And I should have put you in during the announcement time, but I got you back.
Your Honor, can we ask audience members to refrain from speaking while yours talking?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes. You know, those in the audience, while someone else is speaking, will you please just, you know, remain quiet so we can hear the person speaking? Okay. Let's go back to. Yeah. Let's go back. Oral communications number 1. We'll start.
Joe Buck.
I submitted 11 copies of my request as agenda item 7. oral communications. My request that the council please take prompt action to prevent the gross misapplication of the Torrance zoning law that I describe here. The problem that I describe is but one of an example of a number of related problems with the enforcement of the hillside ordinance in the present circumstance. Because the Planning Commission is on the front line dealing with these matters on a day-to-day basis, I ask that you, the City Council, ask the Planning Commission to schedule and hold hearings to determine the nature and extent of the problem and to prepare and present, recommend to you, Council, steps that the Council can take to remedy the problems and save the present destruction, save from permanent destruction, the very special attributes of the hillside that we so treasure. Thank you.
Erica Winston.
Hello, everyone. Erica Winston, Prevention Coordinator with Behavioral Health Services and Flow Prevention Outreach Specialist. We're located at 1334 Post Avenue. In honor of International Overdose Awareness Month, Day is August 31st. Please join Behavioral Health Services South Bay Prevention Team, which is us, and in partnership with Fox Drugs of Torrance, and remembering those who have lost their lives or have been injured as a result of a drug overdose. If you are someone, if you would like to commemorate someone, you're invited to visit Fox Drugs of Torrance to write a tribute on a heart that we'll provide, which will be purple hearts, and they'll be placed on a purple chair. So we did give you guys the flyers. It has an example of the activity. We'll also have 100 naloxone kits we'll give out free. So first come, first serve. So naloxone kits are supposed to reverse overdose, in case you're not aware. So there are some information about the campaign as well on the flyer.
Thank you.
No one else signed up prior to the start of the meeting, Your Honor.
Are there anyone from the public who wish to speak? Please come up to the mic.
Hi, this is Andy Porchap. Thank you for not calling me up to the podium because I couldn't speak more than 1 minute. I don't even know how I'm going to fill this up. This is the nice thing. You have privileged citizens, you know, whose organization displayed the Nazi flag at the airport. You celebrating this kind of people. By the way, that Nazi flag is in the Torrance Historical Society. Anyway, I would just like to congratulate the city to fixing the road. What's the name of it? Vista Montana, so the people can drive up there. You know, they don't have to go around in the neighborhood and go front of all these rich people. They don't want nobody front of the $2-3 million houses. But we have a big problem there. There is no railing. Children gonna fall down there at 25-30 feet drop. And it's
Anyone else? No. Anyone? We got someone who wants to speak.
Greetings, Mayor Chin and City Council members. I am pleased to welcome you to Tryst 2, Nomad 3, and Odyssey at the Delamo Crossing. These public Torrance Art Museum events are open Saturday and Sunday, August 24th and 25th from noon to 6 p.m. Tryst is the world's largest international art fair dedicated to artist-run spaces and collectives. Nomad is an innovative contemporary art pop-up that will showcase over 150 Southern Californian artists. Looking to buy art? Visit Odyssey on the 3rd floor. Each piece has been donated by their emerging and established artists who are showing it at the fairs and will be sold for $100 each. TAMA members are invited to a VIP reception this Friday from 4 to 6 p.m. Their guests can get first dibs on artwork for sale at Odyssey. Not a member? No problem. Visit tamadvocates.com and sign up today. For more information about the museum and its projects, visit torranceartmuseum.com.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak in oral communications number 1, please step up to the microphone. Okay, moving on to the consent calendar. Do any council members, there's only one item on there. Do any council members should push or pull this item? If not, I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Motion to approve the entire consent calendar.
Second for the entire consent calendar.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. Item 9A from the City Manager and Community Services Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Your Honor, members of the City Council. Carlos Huizar, Management Associate with the City Manager's Office. Tonight's item is just to provide you with an update on the capital improvement project for Torrance Park, which is being funded by the 2018 Parks Bond Act per capita grant awarded by the California Natural Resources Agency. Back in March 14th, 2023, Your Honorable Body accepted and appropriated a total of $268,440 in grant funding from the California Natural Resources Agency. These funds were awarded to the City of Torrance to support a series of capital improvements at Torrance Park. The grant project encompasses 6 major elements: replacing trails and walking paths with necessary safety upgrades, renovating picnic and outdoor gathering spaces to enhance community use, installing and freestanding shade structures over the existing playground area to provide protection from the sun, adding new park benches and wayfinding signage to improve park accessibility, upgrading light fixtures at band shells, picnic shelters, and restrooms, and then completing parking lot improvements. The primary goal of these improvements is to maintain and enhance public safety, provide safer access to park patrons, and increase opportunities for community program within the park. The California Natural Resources Agency, which is managing this grant program, has informed us that a deed restriction will need to be granted for the benefit of the state. This restriction would ensure that the property remains a city park and is available for public use until at least June 30th, 2048. Initially, the grant included improvements to an existing 21,900 square foot surface parking lot located at the southeast corner of Santa Fe and Andros Avenues. However, due to the requirement for a deed restriction on all properties involved in the grant project, we requested and obtained state permission to remove the parking lot improvements from the scope of work. It is important to note that with the removal of this project element does not affect the total monetary grant award. Tonight for this item, City Council is being asked to consider and adopt a resolution approving the deed restriction for the benefit of the California Natural Resources Agency. This resolution is necessary to be able to continue the project and receive the funds from the state. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. Do any members of the public wish to speak on this item? Please go to the microphone.
Hi, this is Andy Porchap. I don't understand 100% why do you need this deed restriction? So this is probably like when I borrow money from the bank and they want it back and they want me to spend the money on the thing. And that it just reminds me that when the city got $1 million for affordable public housing, the city manager or whoever channeled the money into the airport funds or something. No, we bought the Torrance Theater, Torrance Theater. So the city, instead of building cheap public housing or affordable housing, they bought the Torrance Theater, and then we had to pay it back after 10 years. So the airport funds, the managers paid it back. So even the government don't trust your ass. Even our own government don't trust your ass. Nobody trusts you. Nobody.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? Are there any questions from the council? If not, City Clerk, may I have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2024-60, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing and directing the mayor to execute and the city clerk to attest to a deed restriction to and for the benefit of California Department of Parks and Recreation for a 2018 Parks Bond Act per capita grant program award.
Motion to concur and adopt resolution number 2024-60.
Second.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. Item 9B from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. Tadashi Masamoto, Staff Assistant for City Manager's Office, Office of Emergency Services. Item 9B before you tonight seeks council approval to adopt a resolution to appoint the City Manager, Finance Director, Deputy Finance Director as authorized agents of the City of Torrance to engage in matters with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, also known as FEMA, and the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, Cal-OES. This resolution will enable the city to receive funds and apply for grants and other emergency programs. If approved, this resolution will remain valid for 3 years and is effective for all open and future disasters. In the past 3 years, the city has received a little over $24 million in funding or reimbursements through Cal-OES and or FEMA. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Any members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please come to the mic.
I thought the guy was saying if you guys have any question. But anyway, I'm just telling you that this is just a good advice. You know, it's nice we getting money from the government, and who cares who is in charge, you know? I mean, it's whatever. If it's a disaster, save your own ass. You know what I mean? Disaster, save your own ass. If you're waiting, you know, like, what street is that? Vista Montana, you know? Water main break, that's a disaster. Called fireman, called policeman, called the city. 3 hours later, you shut off the water. You know, I mean, come on. And you call this a service? You call this a service for the citizens? Letting the water gushing for 3 hours? Emergency? Who was in charge? Who was in charge?
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? Are there any questions from the council? I don't see any. I'll take a motion to concur with the staff recommendation. City Clerk, may I have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2024-61, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, appointing City Manager, Finance Director, Deputy Finance Director as the authorizing agent of the City of Torrance to engage in matters with the Federal Emergency Management Agency and California Government Office of Emergency Services.
I make a motion to approve resolution 2024-61.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Item 9C from the City Manager and Fire Chief. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening. Adam Brown with Fire Assistant Chief of EMS. Item 9C is a recommendation of the City Manager and the Fire Chief that City Council accept and file an update regarding the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on long-term health care facilities located in the City of Torrance. We do have some slides here. So the California Department of Health and Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, or CMS, rated skilled nursing facilities on various factors based on recent data. CMS rated skilled nursing facilities on a 5-star scale based on 3 main categories. The slide will show overall ratings, and those are broken down into 3 subcategories of health inspections, staffing, and quality measures. Those are further broken down into much more detailed subcategories with a lot more information. Each of the main categories have various subcategories like I was talking about. From the information provided, 2 subcategories were selected from each of those main categories. I guess what I'm saying is that out of all that information, staff and I selected just 2 to put on the slide, but there's a lot more information that's available to the public. This website's used for the public to access this information and make their own judgment on which healthcare facility they'd like their family member to stay. So the original item was talking about KI. It's a long-term care facility in Los Angeles. Neither of these care facilities are located in the city of Torrance. We put them up there for reference so you can get a good look at their ratings. As you can see, there's a lot of information there, and we're just scratching the surface on what's available for your honorable body to make an assessment of how these facilities compare to the Torrance facilities. On the left is the original facility that I believe everyone heard about and read about in the paper that had a unusually large amount of Asian American deaths related to COVID-19, which inspired this item. KI South Bay is a sister company or sister facility, but it's not located within the city of Torrance. At the top there in the yellow stars, you can see their overall rating. These are ratings that are based on the current inspection, 2 years prior of inspections, 3 years of complaint inspections, and 3 years of infection control inspections. Below that, you have your health inspections, staffing, and quality measures. So what I'll do is just go through the slides. It's going to be the same, but just for the Torrance facilities, and then I'll be available to answer any questions that you may have. So the KI LA has 2 stars, and then the South Bay has 3. This is where the Torrance facilities start. Baycrest has 2 stars overall. They also have a warning that popped up on the website that this nursing facility has been cited for potential issues related to abuse. Beachside Post-Acute has 3. Del Amo Gardens has 4. Driftwood has 1. Providence LCM Transitional Care Unit or Care Center has 5. Earlwood has 2. Torrance Care Center West has 2. Torrance Memorial Care Center has 5. And then there were some other facilities that were mentioned, but none of the other facilities that were mentioned are located in the city of Torrance. I'm happy to answer as many questions as I can. I know that this is a very brief report. Like I said, the website provides a lot more information that I'm able to cover in a slide, but staff is available for any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Do any members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please come to the mic.
During the pandemic, it was very hard to deal with, especially nursing homes and stuff like that, because old people there, they are the first one they can go, you know what I mean? And 300 people, jammed together. So what do you expect? And my advice to anybody, that should be your very, very last resort. Put your loved one in a nursing home. That should be your very, very last resort. If you have any option is better than put it in a nursing home. Unfortunately, I had experienced having my loved one in a nursing home, and I had to make a scene and have 3 sheriff's units show up to remove my wife from that rat hole.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? If not, I'll come to the council. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, staff, for preparing this review of facilities here in the city of Torrance. What I find shocking from this report, I know on the first 2 locations cited, KI, Los Angeles, and South Bay, there was a time before these facilities operated by a nonprofit organization were sold to a for-profit entity. And there was a time when these facilities were rated 5 stars. And the health citations were very low, the staffing was stable, and there was overall support from within the community and also from patients and their family members. So to see how far down both facilities have dropped under the administration and management of a private corporation, and also the original reason for introducing this was the high number of deaths that occurred at all their facilities during the pandemic, I think this is a continuing area of concern because even now, given the change in the patient base at these facilities, it's not just Asian American, but also Latino and others. It does show that there is ongoing vulnerability to this class of patients. Now, turning to the report on the Torrance facilities, I'm really kind of shocked to see 1 stars. I'm shocked to see Baycrest Care Center with this warning sign. And I really do believe that it's incumbent on our council, even though we do not directly rate these agencies as, Torrance Fire Department or as the City of Torrance. I believe that this is important information for our residents to know because we have a large senior population in the City of Torrance and here in the South Bay. And so I think for those residents who are considering going to these facilities, they must know in advance where they're placing their loved one. And I believe that to the best of our ability as a city, we need to ensure that these facilities know that we see what their ratings are. And if we receive complaints from our residents of mistreatment or abuse or lack of care, I do believe that we as a city need to consider what actions we can take through the oversight agencies at both the state and county level to really come down hard on malpractice and misfeasance and anything else, negligence that's going on at these facilities. But I do thank my colleague, Councilwoman Lewis, for bringing this forth because I really have to say I'm appalled by this report. But thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. And, this did start from Councilmember Kaji, so I'm glad and I appreciate the time that was spent to going into this. But one thing I think it's important for us to clarify is that these ratings aren't like a Yelp rating. These are professional ratings that are done. Can you go into a little bit just to explain to the community these aren't like a disgruntled family member ratings?
Is this on? Oh, there it is. Okay. As I had mentioned, the main rating, oh, it's gone. The main ratings that you have in front of you with the 5 stars, that's an accumulation of information with the 3 subcategories. So based on current inspections from LA County Department of Health Services, 2 prior years of inspections, 3 years of complaint inspections, and then 3 years of infectious control inspections. These are professionals that their job is to go out and inspect these facilities. They do a very lengthy inspection. And if I can just mention some of the details of the inspection and how detailed they get. During their inspection, let's say, for instance, we'll take one of the 3 subcategories, health inspections. So state inspectors conduct yearly health and safety inspections of nursing homes for compliance. These are based on total number of health citations, number of complaints in the past 3 years, number of times in the past 3 years a facility reported issues resulting in a citation, number of citations from infection control inspection in the past 3 years. But beyond that, that's the shortest subcategory. Staffing and quality measures, it's average number of residents per day, total number of nurse staff hours per resident per day, LVN hours per resident per day, average number of residents per day, total nursing staff turnover, registered nurse turnover, and then it just goes on and on about short stay and long stays. The percentage of short stay residents who got antipsychotic medications, short stay residents who improved in their ability to move around, patients who got the flu, needed to be re-hospitalized, and I'm just scratching the surface. So you're absolutely right, the depth that they dive into in these facilities and how thorough it is. On the website, there's also a full list of the reports that anyone from the public can access. It goes into detail, much more detail than I can even begin to explain with codes and levels of citations, I agree with your honorable body that this is something that we do need to watch out for. Long-term care facilities, skilled nursing facilities, we frequent these, especially in the west part of the city off of Earl. And I'm not just pinpointing them, but they're scattered throughout. They do become super users because of their population. We know this from fire because we go out and see it every day. While our interpretation of what we see and how they're doing may not match these reports, I just want to reiterate that these are professionals that are paid to do this and go to the 1,900 plus facilities in Los Angeles County, and they're rating that based on national information. Underneath the ratings, you can see the US average and California average, and just see how these facilities compare both in the state and national level. So I agree, it doesn't inspire a whole lot of confidence.
It was stated in the report in your presentation very well, but I thought we should take some extra emphasis tonight and say how these ratings are accumulated. And you mentioned every 3 years. So when is the last time that this full compilation has been done?
I apologize, I maybe misspoke. Are you talking about how they came up with the stars?
No, not how they came up with the stars, but you said it goes over a 3-year period of time. So what's the 3-year period of data that we're looking at here, for instance?
So this information is going back 3 years to 2021. The stars are an accumulation of the 2024 inspection, the 2 years prior inspection, and then this year and 2 years prior of complaint inspections and infection control inspections. So
yeah, that's what I was going for.
Okay,
I just
sorry.
didn't want to make sure that I didn't want it to be out there that, well, this happens only every 3 years. We just took a 3-year look back.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you for clarifying. Staff was able to do the great presentation, and it really just mimics what's on their website, covering from this year going back 3 years.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief Brown, for the wonderful presentation and collecting all that data. Very critical, very important data. I also want to thank my colleagues to bringing this to this body and let the community know what's going on here in Torrance. It's really shocking to see these numbers. And I think it's not Torrance-like. So my question to staff is, what is the next step? What are we going to do about this? They're doing here under our nose. Are we have any obligation to reach out to county? I know these are all shocking is Bay Crest. I mean, they have 84.4% nursing staff turnover. A citation nursing facility has been cited for potential issues related to abuse. So what is the next step?
Councilman, Autumn Torrance City Manager, we have expressed concerns to the various bodies that have oversight. This conversation itself is raising awareness for our community, and we can continue to engage in through our senior centers as well as our adult programs from informational, since again we don't have oversight, but we can make this information available to the public.
Do they get permit from the city of Torrance for the operation of their facility?
They have to obtain a business license to operate, but we don't have regulation as far as the quality of care that they provide.
And there's no monetary penalty that we can impose or we can request the state or reach out?
We are not,
we don't
have any regulatory oversight over these institutions.
So what's the next step?
City Attorney's going to chime in.
Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney, the next step would be to reach out to the county and the state that do have regulatory authority over them, but any kind of investigation and punishment would be with the county or the state.
Yeah, I think last time when Councilman Kaji brought the concerns about KI, I think we generated letters to our members, public health at the state and county level.
We could also share with our legislators if there's any interest to take up statewide legislation to address these concerns. We could reach out to our local representatives.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I think we should do something. We should not just the collector of the information would just take some action on that. And again, thank you for your efforts, and thank you for my colleagues bringing it up. And I'd like to request take some action and let the community know that we gathered that information, and that's the next step we're taking. Thank you again.
Yes, sir. If I can just add one more thing, just because I looked at this information. The county, they do post the amount of the fines that they give these facilities. Well, I don't know the impact that they're having on them to change their methods of operating and to correct some of these low ratings. We are in constant contact with the Ombudsman's office. They work closely with reporting. We don't have any ability to take action, but I would suggest that looking at all care facilities, not just long-term care facilities, there are residential care facilities in the city that, while I don't have that information in front of me, you could find a similar population in those areas.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, but potentially, I know I'm almost suggesting this thing to staff to look at in real time, is that we have a lot of updated information on our city's website. You know, it may be that we may have a button for those searching for skilled nursing facility in the city of Torrance. It may send a link to show the summary ratings, so to help people at least when they're looking for a option for a friend or a relative, they at least have the ratings to start out, and they could do more questioning. But that's one of the things about the LA County, I believe. They're the public health agency, I believe, so they have jurisdiction.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Right. So, Councilwoman Kalani is waiting for us patiently.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for putting this together. And as many of us said, thank you to each other for just doing a great job and bringing this forward for people to understand. My question is there a place that someone can go easily to see this so that they can check on a center that they might have a loved one residing in right now?
Absolutely, and that's a great question. So on the introduction page,
Right.
I still don't have the thing.
There was a couple of them, it looked like.
There is a compare page. You can only compare 3 facilities at a time, but there's, not that many in the city.
We can use the city's social media channels to post this information to the public,
Okay.
Councilwoman.
And in the meantime, someone can go on to medicare.gov, care-compare.
Yes, those links will get you in and around, and then the LA County Department of Health Services has links that will get you to the compare page as well.
Okay, and that will show this 5-star rating, easy to understand, like here?
Absolutely. Yeah, so staff did a great job of, organizing this, but really you're going to find the same overall rating and then the sub ratings for health, staff, and quality measures. You can click on that, and then you can get their exact percentages for the very minute details that I started to go into of how these subcategories are made up of.
Thank you. And then, City Manager Chaparian, you said that you were going to post it on a site for now.
We'll use our social media channels to push information to the public.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Yeah, I got some observations. It is, I have a feeling when any of us start clicking on it, we may have to spend hours and hours looking at this. Because, for example, Baycrest Care is 2 stars and it has a little stop sign warning. But you go to Driftwood Healthcare has 1 star, but it doesn't have a stop sign warning. So intuitively, it's a little bit of a brain teaser. However, if you go to something like Providence Little Company of Mary, which has 5 stars, then you look at staffing, you look at the number of hours of registered nurse hours per resident per day, that's 3 hours. Then you look at the only other 5-star is the Torrance Memorial Medical Center one. The number of hours per nurse per resident is 5 hours and 15 minutes. So my simple mind says the number of more hours per nurse per resident, your rating tends to be better, and almost like stating the obvious. When you have the ratio of teachers to students, they tend to be better when there's less students. And when the facility invests in more hours with their residents, they tend to do a little bit better. And that part is interesting. The only one that a little bit of a brain teaser was that there is one outlier that's not 5 stars, See if I could get to it. Yeah, I mean, Driftwood at 1 star had 36 minutes per registered nurses per resident compared to the other non-5 stars one. That was one of the ones that's close to the state and national average. So I think in my head, I'm still regurgitating the data, but thank you for providing it for us. Okay. I have a feeling that there will be more data scientists on this one. Let's see, where do we go from here? I'll take a motion to concur with recommendations of city manager and fire chief to accept and file the updated information.
I make a motion to accept and file the report.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Bucci up.
Let's see, that was 9D. Okay, I missed a page here. I'm looking for that one. Ah, there it is. 9D from the City Council Transportation Committee. Actually, before we start 9D, I just want to mention, I guess we have a little news flash in here. But now we're going to talk about all things transportation. And I think what I see is congratulations to Ryan Plum, from part of our transit department, for being named this year's Mass Transit Magazine 40 Under 40. So Ryan, I know you're in the audience. I just want to give you a shout out and congratulations. So is there a staff presentation, or am I turning this over to Councilwoman Lewis to start this one off?
I can start it off, sir. This item is a recommendation of the Transportation Committee that the City Council accept and file the meeting report of August 6, 2024. At this meeting, Transit Director Kim Turner and her staff gave updates on a number of projects that the Transit Department is currently working on and soon will be launching. Ms. Turner shared a rendering of the proposed multi-level parking structure that will be built during Phase 2 construction at the Mary Kay Giordano Transit Center. This was also followed by department staff who shared new projects that Transit will be undertaking in the future, such as the Connect Torrance Microtransit Demonstration Project, Transit Fleet Modernization Project, the return of the red car trolley, which is very exciting, and Transit's new bus shelter and bus advertisement agreement for revenue sharing with J.C. Decay. Transit staff will also be bringing each of these items starting tonight. I think we're going to have a presentation and in the near future for the body's review. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any members of the public wish to speak on this item?
Hello, everyone. This is Andy Porchop. Thank God you don't print this, because this is 86 pages and we got a minute, so the public now knows what we're talking about. What I would like to tell you, I was there like 3 times and I met like 10 people in 3 times. I was at the celebration when you celebrated the 1-year anniversary. Maybe you guys should have arrived with a bus. Now, I don't know how many people go to the Hollywood Bowl. I don't know how many people go to the drunk football games and get home safely. But this is a waste of taxpayers' tens of $millions. You know what I mean? This is not a profitable thing. And then you planning trolleys. Where the trolleys gonna go? Where the trolleys gonna go? What you gonna do? Go to downtown? What's
Your time is up, sir. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? If not, I'll take a motion to concur recommendations of the City Council Transportation Committee and accept and file the meeting minutes.
I motion that we accept and file the Transportation Committee report.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. Item 9E from the Transit Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor Chen, members of the council. James Lee with the Transit Department. Item 9E is requesting your honorable body's approval for the purchase of 10 gasoline-powered rubber wheel trolleys. As Councilmember Lewis mentioned, this is the return of the red car trolley project. It's a legacy project that the Transit Department has been working on for several years. As your honorable body knows, the Transit Department itself was created back in 1940 when the Pacific Electric red car ceased operation in the South Bay region of Los Angeles County. Staff has been working on this, and thanks to the generosity of the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority and the South Bay Cities Council of Governments, we were awarded a grant which will allow us to pursue this urban circulator service. So therefore, these are grant funds and not city general funds, as Councilmember Kalani asked me to share with the public. Although the original intention was to build an all-electric vehicle, staff was not able to identify a manufacturer that holds current credentials for this type of vehicle for sale and operation in the United States. Therefore, to avoid forfeiting the funds, staff has elected to pursue a gasoline-powered vehicle, and hopefully in a few years, when the electric vehicles are certified, we'll reintroduce them into the fleet. Attachment A of this report is a contract with Hometown Trolley from Crandon, Wisconsin, for the acquisition of these 10 vehicles. Hometown Trolley is a third-generation female-owned business that specializes in the manufacturing of these special types of vehicles. Rather than conduct our own request for proposals, staff requested and was granted permission by the state of Georgia Department of Administrative Services to utilize options from their recent request for proposals for these vehicles. The contract is for an amount not to exceed $3,061,083.26, which includes a 2% project contingency, and has a term of August 20th, 2024 to August 31st, 2025. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the public on this item? Or
This is like, throwing shit to a bucket of shit. I mean, where are these buses gonna go? $3 million for three trolleys, and then Timmy Goodrich gonna be very pissed because it's not electric. But thank God it's not electric, but Timmy Goodrich gonna be pissed. And I hope they are natural gas vehicles. And this is, as my mother-in-law used to say, that this is like tits on the board. Who needs this? How is this going to make profit to the city? Using taxpayers' money, just because if something is a grant, that doesn't mean that it doesn't come out of my tax-paying money and yours and everybody's in the whole United States. And this stupid Mary Kay Giordano Center, doesn't have any, nobody comes there. Nobody comes there. And then you want trolleys. So you want trolleys to take nobody to downtown. There is nobody already.
anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? If not, the members of the council wish to speak on this item. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you go back and explain what these trolleys are? These are retrofitted buses that you would still use a tap card to ride in throughout the city. Can you go back and review this? This is just not for fun, and I think it's going to be a wonderful project to bring to the city, since we do have grant funding to get this project underway.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. As you mentioned, this is an urban circulator service. It's designed to go where the current fleet of 40-foot vehicles cannot travel. These are custom-made, brand-new 20-foot vehicles designed to mimic the look of the original Pacific Electric red car. They will be installed with the state-of-the-art TAP program cards. We'll have other amenities for patrons, but it's sort of a nostalgic look to the vehicle that'll take us back to the days of the red car. The vehicles can also be used for other purposes. We're discussing interior and exterior advertisement, but also for special events, for other visiting dignitaries, for parades, things of that nature. So they're a multi-use purpose vehicle, and we think we can have various creative uses for them.
Correct. And just so people are associating trolleys with the rails. These are road-ready buses that you're actually going to see on the actual roadway. I think people have maybe the San Francisco trolley in mind. Can you expand on that they'll actually be buses?
You are absolutely correct. They will look exactly like or very similar to the San Francisco trolleys, but they will be rail-free. They will be rubber wheel powered and travel in and out of traffic as a vehicle would.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for everything you've done to bring this project forward, Ms. Turner as well. Can you explain an example of a proposed route? Right now, I think there's a couple of them that we're thinking about.
Yes, I apologize we didn't include here, but I believe in the item preceding about the Transportation Committee meeting, there were two routes included in that presentation, one that goes to the beach and one that serves as a circulator in our business district, circulating in and around the downtown area as well as the hotelier area and business district and the mall, basically. So two routes are proposed, one that'll go east-west and then one that'll circulate within Torrance itself.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. 9F. Any other comments from the council? If not, I'll take a motion to concur with recommendation of the transit director.
Make a motion to concur with the recommendation of the transit director.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Okay. On to item 9F. Again, from the transit director, is there a staff presentation?
Thank you, Your Honor. James Lee once again from the Transit Department. The following item is requesting your honorable body's approval to allow the Transit Department to submit our annual federal fiscal year 2024 Federal Transit Administration Section 5307 grant. These are federal funds awarded to the agency based upon our annual performance. From prior year's data, we were going to be requesting $4,078,040. This is the current projected allocation. Transit will utilize these funds towards the leveraging of the purchasing of new vehicles, namely zero-emission buses, as part of our 5-phase fleet modernization project. Staff will return at a later time to your honorable body once these funds have been received and the vehicles are ready for project award. And I just wanted to share that we've been notified that there may be a minor adjustment coming to these numbers. They may go slightly up or down, but the project itself will hold, staff will match the funds to make sure that it's to the full $4,078,000 listed here. Thank you.
Great. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item?
Hello, it's Andy Porchap again. I like this one because this is only 2-page. I could read it by myself real quick. The funny thing is, that's how funny you are. Funds, expenditure, none. And then we're talking about $4 million. I liked it. I'm gonna tell my wife I spent $4,000, but that's nothing, or something like that. Anyway, I'm very happy you're buying buses, but you should find people to drive them. Yesterday I saw a bus. It was advertising drivers needed, drivers needed, drivers needed. And the other idea, maybe you should make a bus line to the Torrance Beach, because you have a bus line from Redondo Beach to Long Beach, you know, but nobody goes to Torrance Beach. I cannot go to Torrance Beach. I have to bike.
Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item? If not, any members of the council wish to speak on this item? Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for meeting with us earlier to discuss all these items in detail. Just for public awareness, there's a local match contribution here. Would you please elaborate what does local match? This is not general fund. If you could please elaborate. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Per your question, when purchasing capital such as a vehicle like a bus, the Federal Transit Administration normally asks for a 20% local match. Transit utilizes our Municipal Operator Service Improvement Plan funds, which are transit-based funds from the region, not general funds. Now, what staff is doing is, because we provide service in quite a large service area from Long Beach to Redondo Beach and then from Torrance to downtown Los Angeles, we actually are qualified to receive what we call net toll credits. So rather than provide a 20% local match, we're actually asking the feds to allow us to waive that requirement, and then instead the feds will provide that 20% local match through the net toll regional funds. If they grant that, then staff will not have to provide any sort of local match, and the feds will fund the entire project. But if they deny it, then we'll provide that listed local match, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the council? If not, I'll take a motion to concur with recommendation of the Transit Director and authorize the submission of fiscal year 2023 and 24 Federal Transit Administration grant application and appropriate funds.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matute absent.
Thank you. 9G from the Transit Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Ryan Plum, Transit Department. Thank you, Mayor, for kind words. Item 9G is requesting Council's approval to allow Transit Department to submit our annual claim for Transportation Development Act and State Transit Assistance Funds to the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority. These are state and regional level funds that Transit is awarded based upon our annual performance and our contribution to the LA County region. For fiscal year 25, Transit is eligible for and will be requesting $8,742,281 in TDA funds and $1,747,993 in STA funds. Transit utilizes these grants to supplement our daily bus operations, vehicle maintenance, and whenever eligible, the purchase of capital items. And staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Hi, this is Andy Porchop again. I like this when we get all the money from the federal government, and this is $8.7 million. So, you know, you're just stacking up the millions, just stacking up the millions, stacking up the millions. And we don't have bus drivers. That's one thing. The other thing is, I think maybe you would have more riders, you know, more passengers if you would just let the bus go for free, because that's ridiculous. Taxpayers pay all these tens of $millions just in Torrance, and then we have to pay for the bus. You know, that's just ridiculous. You know, and in any rate, if you could get a bus closer to my house, because I'm getting difficulty to walk a mile in heat and rain, I would use them.
Your time is up, sir. Actually, I think the number is 8.7 plus 1.7, so it's 10.5 million. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? If not, any members of the council wish to speak? I know the motions are ready. If not, I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Transit Director.
I move that we approve the Transit Department's submitted of annual claim for Transportation Department Act and State Transit Assistance Funds for the fiscal year 2024-2025.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matute absent.
Still going on with transit. Item 9H from the Transit Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. James Lee from the Transit Department once again. Item 9H is requesting your approval for the purchase of 24 replacement buses with New Flyer of America. This order is a mix of all-electric, hydrogen fuel cell, and compressed natural gas buses, and is a part of Transit's 5-phased fleet modernization project. Transit buses that we currently operate are coming to end of life over the next 2 to 3 years, and we're moving forward to replace them, but also trying to adhere to the state's requirements of moving towards zero-emission vehicles. So we'll be transitioning in these new types of vehicles. Staff has been aggressively applying for grants these last several years and have accumulated enough awards to pursue the first phase of purchase. As with the trolley project, and rather than doing an RFP for each of the 3 different vehicle types, we reached out to the state of Washington and the state of California and asked for permission to utilize options from their procurement, which saved us about $20,000 instead of doing our own RFPs. They've granted us permission to do so, and therefore the contract for the zero-emission buses, there's 4 total, will be for $6,042,080.92, and this is for 2 electrics and 2 hydrogen fuel cells. And what staff will do is test these head-to-head on all of our routes, basically, to see how they perform. There's pros and cons to both technologies right now. There's limitations to both, and both also have benefits, but staff wants to see which ones operate best in Torrance and in our service area. The second contract that's attached to this item is for 20 compressed natural gas buses. These are workhorses in the industry. They can travel up to 350 miles per day, and the fuel is actually relatively cheap at the moment. So therefore, the award for the 20 buses is $7,866,841.63. Both projects have a 5% contingency built in just in case there are improvements or changes that staff need to make to the vehicles. And the term for both contracts will be August 20th, 2024 to December 31st, 2026. And I can address any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Hi, this is Andy Porchop. I gave up the stretch mark name because it's hard to go to Japan and I had to weigh like 2 more 100 pounds, so I cannot do it. Anyway, so this is Andy Porchop, and this is the big fish. This is the big fish, $23 million. And I don't understand if the natural gas vehicles, a cheapest one, because you can buy like 20 of them for 70 million, then why to experiment with the electric cars and the hydrogen? You know what I mean? So I just don't get it. I just don't get it. And I don't know why we need so much buses. You don't have passengers. You don't have passengers to transport. These buses going a few people, and then you waiting. All the buses has to go to the transit center, wasting 10 minutes riding time. 10 minutes every bus wastes.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? If not, Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate staff going all out to get all of the grant opportunities that we can to make sure that we continue to modernize our fleet of buses. And as I said before in the original Transportation Committee meeting, I do like that we're focusing more on CNG buses because I am not a believer at all in the electric bus. I just don't think we have the infrastructure to support it. And I think that the charging that those buses require and the amount of mileage that we can go, we're just not there. So I do appreciate staff looking at the CNG route as well. And I also want to remind folks who are watching and members of the public that we do have a significant portion of, we do have a lot of folks that depend on transit to get to and from work. It may not be in the hours that we are seeing the buses go by, but people do rely on our public transit. And I think that Torrance is very fortunate to have a high quality transit system that we have here. And I don't know if members of the public actually realize that some of our housing element is dependent on having high quality transit that allows us to maintain the ability to have our local control. And high quality transit is also necessary for when we put out grant opportunities, not only for just transit grants, but other grant opportunities we have within the city. So I am appreciative of staff's involvement and how hard they research to see what kind of grants we qualify for, and also to research other agencies where we can piggyback off of existing contracts for even more cost savings. So I just wanted to make sure that I put that out there, that we are so appreciative for us of the grant opportunities and not having to figure out, like some cities have to do, how they're going to pay for that out of their general funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Gerson.
Thank you very much. This is actually a very exciting component for me. How long do you think the test between the two buses, between electric and hydrogen, how long are you planning the testing period for?
Our plan, sir, is to do an initial 1-year study, and then we will keep operating them until they can no longer operate. We plan to keep them at least 14 years. So we will test them throughout. What we'll do is document that data, publish it, and share it with the industry to show that over the course of a vehicle's life, how well does it perform at year 5, year 10? Will it still have the same performance basically as year 1, and what do you need to maintain it as such? So that's our goal. We did get some collaboration and help from the state, and they want us to conduct this long-term study, which we will do.
It's very exciting, and I do agree, you know, CNG being a proven technology, it keeps our buses reliable. But I noticed that you gave the range for the CNG buses, but you didn't give the range for the other two. Did you want to share that with the public?
It's a topic that's sort of debatable right now, but from my best recollection, the electric buses right now in real life operation, street operation, is about 100 to 150 miles maximum. Now, they have performed better on tracks and, you know, not stop and go traffic, but that's the current industry level is about 150 miles maximum.
Is that with or without air conditioning?
Without, sir, without air conditioning and relatively empty. So, I mean, again, it varies. And then if there are hills or things of that nature, which can force the vehicle to expend more electricity. Hydrogen is almost as close as CNG, which is around the 350 range mark for us. Our buses have run 350 plus because of the number of tank configurations we've had. So again, we're looking at the technology types and seeing which one is worth investing in and pursuing. Hydrogen is more expensive in terms of vehicle type, but as more properties acquire them, we hope the prices will drop. And the same for the electric vehicles. In case people were wondering why we're switching, it's not by choice. If we could hold on to CNG forever, we would, but the state mandates that we have to operate a zero-emission fleet by 2040.
Thank you for sharing that.
All right. I'll take a motion on concurred recommendation of the Transit Director. Oh, I missed one. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for not forgetting me. Thank you, Mr. Lee, again for this presentation. Thank you to the director, Kim Turner, and her staff for keep securing these funds. It's not an easy task. It's very important for us to have new buses. And thank you for meeting with us today again to give us additional information. For public awareness, I would request you if you could please give us a little background about the state mandate program that by 2040 we have to replace all those buses with the carbon neutrality. And that's the reason we're trying to get more carbon neutral buses so we can abide by the laws and the policies of the state, if you could please.
That's absolutely correct, sir. The state has been, throughout the years, pursuing cleaner vehicle types. Years ago, we were allowed to operate diesel-powered vehicles. And in the mid to early 2000s, they mandated a change where diesel vehicles were no longer be able to operate in the state, and they had to be phased out. At that time, Kim asked us to adopt a strategy in which to replace the entire fleet with alternative fuel, which is considered CNG, compressed natural gas, or a hybrid vehicle type. We were successful in that, and then the state has now mandated zero-emission vehicles, as you mentioned, carbon neutral. There are only two vehicle types right now classified as zero emission. These are the all-electrics and the hydrogen fuel cell. I've heard talk of a third technology, but I haven't seen any evidence of it going forward. So those are the only two vehicle types that are allowed or classified as zero emission. Therefore, as we move forward with the modernization plan, we'll have to increase the number of zero emission vehicles purchased each time. Right now, with 4 out of the 24, it's about 15%, which is the minimum state requirement. And again, we'll test them, see which one is the most appropriate for our operation and agency, and we'll pursue that pathway.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question from community members. The schedule of the buses, how reliable those schedules are, and if we have any plan on keep on improving the schedule for the community?
Yes, sir. We wholeheartedly take into consideration community feedback on our operations. We monitor that on a daily basis, and David Mock and his planning and design team take that into consideration quarterly when they modify or adjust the schedule as needed. Right now, we believe we operate at around an 80-85% on-time performance. We look to improve that to 95 to 100% if possible. But there's variables out there. There's construction, there's accidents, things that may prevent us from on-time performance. But we've also developed tools to assist our patrons, such as the Transit app. There's also an assistance line they can call in to track the location of their vehicle. And so we're doing all we can to improve performance on a daily basis, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Thank you for your assistance.
All right. I don't see anyone else clicking in, so we'll take a motion to concur the recommendation of the Transit Director and approve contract service agreements for compressed natural gas and zero-emission buses.
So moved.
And second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Matucci absent.
At this moment, we're going to stay with the transit-related topics and take an 9L out of order and bring that up. 9L from the Transit Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Kim Turner, Transit Director. Item 9L is requesting council's approval for the implementation of a one-year microtransit pilot project known as Connect Torrance. This is a new on-demand service and will complement the existing Torrance Community Transit Program, also known as TCTP, which provides transportation services for our senior and disabled residents. It will also expand the program participation to other Torrance residents. The project seeks to improve the first mile, last mile connections to the new Mary Kay Giordano Regional Transit Center, provide flexibility on-demand service for residents of Torrance, and reduce traffic congestion for our city. I would like to thank LA Metro for supporting this project through the Visionary Seed Fund program and our partners who assist us in the grant application process. VIA's representative Brian Nelson is here with us tonight, and we also had Cal Stark work with us on this process. Staff has already began community outreach by presenting this project at the Commission on Aging. Once the project is approved, staff will continue extensive outreach and begin a marketing campaign to stakeholders and residents that will benefit from this program. This includes, but is not limited to the Torrance Women's Club, New Horizon, Discover Torrance, and many other stakeholders. Now I'd like to turn it over to David Mock, our Transit Planning Manager, who will provide a brief presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. David Mock, Transit Department. Before I go into in-depth details on the Connect Torrance microtransit program, I want to give a brief background on how we got here. A few years ago, Mayor Chen approached transit staff as he understands that we have the existing Torrance Community Transit Program utilizing taxi services to get seniors and people with disabilities who are Torrance resident to their appointments, grocery shopping. However, that program has limitations, including sometimes increase in wait time during peak hours where taxi demands are driven up. So we were tasked to look at an alternative program that could supplement and support the existing Torrance Community Transit Program with features like on-demand and something that's very would be similar to what has been done in other cities, including the city of Monrovia, called the Go Monrovia program. With that task, staff has been researching fundings through different sources, including the Metro Measure R funds, and most recently, staff apply and receive funding from LA Metro for the Visionary Seed Fund for $1 million. This funding is unique because Metro is looking for innovative ideas that will help increase not only transit ridership in the county, but also looking at how to increase community who needs public transit the most in terms of getting to major public high quality transit service, and also for communities that are heavily impacted by traffic congestions or air pollutions. And hence, when we apply for this program, we pick a unique areas that we can implement and pilot the program to ensure its success and will be utilized by the community. So this program has several requirements and is a competitive grant funding. What we supported, and in terms of applying, we received $1 million. It would include us working with an independent researchers to analyze the program for its cost benefit, cost effectiveness, success, and how it improved transit rider at the end of the program. It also must be serving in an LA County area that Metro consider as an high need for equity focus, like I mentioned, impacted by pollutions or traffic. 3 of the projects were selected in this grant application process, and transit is one of those projects, and the other city is West Covina and another department within LA Metro. What is microtransit? This term has been coming around in the transit industry for the last 5 years, and it's becoming more and more popular. It is known as an on-demand transportation that utilizes technology to capture rides that maybe go in the same directions and allow people to ride share in real time through phone applications that are provided by our partners via. You could say it's a hybrid model between an individual private transportation like Lyft and Uber and public transit at the same time. Passengers can be more flexible. They can book ride in real time and not have to book in advance in 24 hours for certain things. For example, our current taxi dial ride service, if you require a wheelchair, it may not guarantee that you get a ride on the same day. So this would actually eliminate that, allow people who requires wheelchair access vehicles to be able to book it on the same day. And our goal is to make sure that all rides would have no wait time, on average more than 15 to 20 minutes. It also supplements our Torrance Community Transit Program, as Kim mentioned. In addition to that, we will also have a call center for those who are not technology savvy or phone savvy. They could call in and have someone, a representative, have them book the ride and be able to get that ride on the same day. In addition to that, family members may be able to help them book rides as well through their own phone app, or help them call in and book rides. And it provides people with access to our Mary Kay Giordano Regional Transit Center as first last mile, as we have lots of bus routes going there, in the future Metro C Line extension to Torrance as well. And we have lots of events and activities that will help alleviate some of the parking demands during multiple events on the same night. Connect Torrance Microtransit Program will have 8 vehicles, including one as a contingency vehicles, but 4 of those will be wheelchair accessible. Right now, with this pilot program, the service hour is Monday through Friday between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., Saturday and Sunday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Now, on special events night, where we are anticipating a high demand for people going to the Mary Kay Giordano for events, it allows us to extend the service up until midnight on weekdays and up until 10 p.m. as well on weekends. First last mile connection to the Mary Kay Giordano Transit Center, as we mentioned. This is a point-to-point solutions. There is no fixed bus stops. You can call it from your current location and it'll drop you off at your destination, very much similar to Uber or Lyft. And I want to stress that, this program is supplement to the existing taxi program. It does not replace it. Taxi participants can use this program or continue to use the taxi service, which I'll go into a little more detail. This is a service area map for the Connect Torrance Microtransit program. I want you to focus on the map on the right. It shows the districts that are included in this first phase of our pilot. And there are two folds to this. If you are currently part of the Torrance Community Transit Program, which is meant for Torrance residents who are senior or who have the disabilities, if you qualify, you can take this service anywhere within the city of Torrance. There is no restriction. You can use your existing vouchers through the community transit program and go anywhere within the city of Torrance. The second fold to that is we want to make sure that the service is also cost effective and it also serves other purposes for other travel needs. So this area that we shown on here with the green boundary, that will be for those who either do business, work, or live in this area, can also book a ride on the phone app or call in. So when they download an app, it'll use their phone GPS and let them know if they are within the boundary, they can book the ride and their destination within that boundary. And this boundary is unique that we chose because it serves a lot of hotels and motels in the city of Torrance. It also connects people to the Del Amo Fashion Center, Farmers Market. There's a lot of senior services within the area as well and communities. It also serves the old Torrance district area, which traditionally is not big enough for 40-foot bus routes. It also allows people to have flexibility to book an on-demand trip anytime they need. How people would book it, as I just mentioned, is just go over, you download the app, you select your origins and destination. If you're a Torrance Community Transit Program, it will automatically recognize that you are under that. We will work on the back end to ensure that. And then you enter and you book, and you can track the vehicles where it's at, and it will tell you when it arrives. And again, family members can help book it, or you can call into a call center where a representative can help you book the ride. This is just a quick overview of what I've just discussed. The service area that I've shown on here, it's about 9.2 square miles, which is about 43% of the total 21 square mile for the city of Torrance. Now, that 9.2 mile is only for those who are not Torrance residents, seniors, or people with disability under the Torrance Community Transit Program. Those individuals under the Torrance Community Transit Program can choose to take taxi services as they are, or they can choose to take the Connect Torrance anywhere within the city of Torrance. Our goals here is to make the service more accessible to people and to those who are under the Torrance Community Transit Program. So there will be no changes to what they already have. If they already apply, it will automatically transfer over if they want to use that service. For those who are looking to book a ride within the designated pilot zone that we have, they can download the app, sign up, and enter their payment type. It's $5 to go within anywhere of that zone for those individuals. As far as funding for this project, the total funding for the first year will be $2,005,390. That would be through the $1 million with Metro Measure and Visionary C funds. We also, in the past, had applied for the Measure R Capital Investment Fund of $240,000, and the rest will be coming from fare payments that we receive through the $5 that we charge for individual utilizing within that transit zone, and also transit enterprise funds. This will be a non-general fund. There will be no general funds utilized for this project. A little bit about our partner, Via Transportation. Via has partnered with many different agencies in the country and in the state of California. Some example is West Covina, Orange County Transportation Authority also uses Via for their own program that is unique to their region in South Orange County. And there's many more that Via has been partnering with. What Via will provide would be what we call a turnkey pilot. They will provide the software, a dedicated phone app that people will download. They will provide the vehicles, the call-in center with representative to help those to book rides. They will provide the drivers, and we will work with them for the branding of the micro transit program and then marketing materials as well. with your honorable body's approval tonight, we would launch the service in about 10 to 12 weeks. That gives us time to acquire the drivers, to market the service, to brand the vehicles, and also to outreach. Outreach will be a huge process for the next 10 to 12 weeks. We're going to make sure that those communities within the pilot service area is aware of the service, where they can take it to, how they can use it. We will provide demonstrations. We will go to some of the community events like farmers market to educate people on the program, especially if they're within that area. We will also a big part of this to reach out to the senior community advocacy groups so that they know and we pass it on. So we're planning to have ambassadors for this program that we can have seniors utilize the service, be able to teach others to use it as well. And with that, staff is available for any questions your honorable body.
Thank you, David, and also a former awardee of 40 under 40, I'm told. So belated congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, this is a nice program. We've been talking about this for a while, and Aram and Danny knows too. Anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
Andy Porchap, I don't understand. He's asking you for a question, and you never question the dudes. Anyway, I was laughing my ass off when I was reading this, like, visionary project seed funding. How can you come up with this crap? Then, what I was laughing on it also, Connect Torrance Microtransit pilot project. I mean, you guys should be like English professors or something, not a city council members. Anyway, so why the hell you wanna compete with Lyft, Uber, and the taxi companies? And then we have the nice Torrance buses. Who's gonna call this? You know, I went to a medical facility and like 10 people were waiting for an Uber, you know, in the 90-degree heat. Is this gonna be the same?
Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item? If not, I'll bring it back to the council. Any members of the council who has a comment or questions? Councilman Shade.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. And thank you again, Dave, for your presentation. And again, thank you for meeting with us and explaining in detail. Just for public awareness, the Dial a Taxi Ride program that we have, if you have those vouchers, can you use those vouchers for this program in the future?
Absolutely, council member. Thank you for that question. If you are currently qualified and are under the Torrance Community Transit Program, what we will do is we will transfer all the information over to the Microtransit on the back end. So when you call into the call center or when you book a ride on the app, it'll know right away based on your name, your phone number that you are a participant of this, and your zone will not be restricted to that initial pilot zone. You will be able to go anywhere within the city of Torrance for your appointments, for your grocery shopping. All of that would be on the back end. So when you apply, you just come to the Regional Transit Center, get an applications, and our staff will help you out. And how you can apply is you go to Torrance Transit Store at 465 Crenshaw Boulevard, Unit 485, Torrance, California, or you can call 310-781-2174 or 310-781-2176. And you can also download the application online and go to the transit store and turn that in.
Thank you. And you basically answered two of my questions. So the other question I have is about this is on demand and it's a share program with the community, which is also very helpful. Sometimes you hear the Uber and Lyft, people don't want to travel alone, and this will kind of also another opportunity to have a share program within the community with a $5 flat rate. Could you please elaborate a little bit more on the $5 fee that you guys charging on that, please?
Yes, thank you, council member. The $5 fee is obvious to also help us support the program. We want to make sure that when we launch something that we can continue to support it. Hopefully even after the pilot, staff will continue to seek grant applications and funding to continue that program further on. And the $5 makes it easier for people to remember and understand. They don't have to think about, the fare in a different ways. It's just, $5. And we can do a lot of marketing with that to make sure too. And as mentioned, that would be our next step. After tonight, we receive your honorable body approval to do that.
And this is going to be a pilot program because we learned that from other cities like City of San Gabriel, Orange County Transportation. So this is a pilot program. If we see that it is benefiting our community, then we're going to go full blown, if you can explain.
That is correct, yes. As other partners, CalSTART, will help us independently looked at our ridership on the program, cost effectiveness, and what ways we can improve it in the future as we move beyond the pilot. But as of right now, yes, this is a pilot program, a demonstration. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I just have some comments here. I think, did you say there's a member from LA Metro here tonight, or?
No, there's a member of VIA Transportation here.
All right. Thank you, sir, for joining us, and thank you for being patient. I think there's actually parts of this program which it's not immediately obvious to the community. I believe you said all those seniors and those with disabilities within our city today can participate in this program beyond the boundaries of the green lines, which means they have access to this everywhere within the city of Torrance. Is that correct, David?
That is correct, Mayor.
And then for those who qualify for the $1 in the TCTP fare, TCTP program, their fare is actually $1 then.
That is correct, Mayor.
For those who are not in the TCTP program, meaning like if you're not 65 yet or you're not, you don't have disabilities, then you can only participate in this program within the green boundaries.
That is correct, Mayor.
And then that's a flat fee of $5.
Yes, sir.
And I could see some potential with it. I just want to make sure that was clear because some people may not know that if you're already in that program, your boundaries are the boundaries of the city of Torrance. And I could see that as we're Discover Torrance is marketing the city of Torrance. If the pilot goes well and we are still running this for LA 28, I could potentially see a lot of the advantages of people are in our hotels here, and they just want to call a ride immediately to our transit center to take us to either the SoFi or some place. I could potentially see a lot of upside on this. Hopefully, this experiment will go well, and I think it's another plug for our city of Torrance, and I'm sure there will be some bumps along the road. Nothing we try new will go always smooth, but I think you guys did your best, and we appreciate our partners in helping us along. So at this moment, looks like Councilwoman Lewis is already ready to concur the recommendation of the Transit Director and approve the funding agreement with Visionary Project. And I will not read everything. I'll let her make the motion.
I make the motion on everything that you just said for item 9A to concur with the recommendation and to collect the funding. I think it's a wonderful program.
Great.
I second the motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Mejia.
Thank you. So I think we took care of a lot of stuff from the transit department, and appreciate the transit team for taking us through. Now we're going to go back to item 9I. I believe that's where we are at. Item 9I from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Jamie Lay, City Manager's Office. Item 9I is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council approve a side letter agreement between the Torrance Police Officers Association and management to implement the enhanced recruitment and retention incentive pilot program that was approved by your honorable body on July 16th, 2024. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Hi, this is Andy Porchop. This problem is already working out very good. I don't go to the beach as often because, I have a job now, 24/7. But I went to the beach, and already this program working out. That was 2 police officers parked at the, what is it? LA County parking lot, and they were leaning on the cruisers. The cruisers were running, and they were watching the ocean. Maybe they were guarding the public so the whale won't come back, the dead whale, because sometimes they resurrect. And then when I told them I'm gonna go home now because, it's a kind of a too long of a time, one more cruiser came. So 3 police cruiser on the LA County beach. And then they said it was community engagement.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Anyone else from the public who wishes to sir? Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? If not, any members of the council have comments on this item? I don't see any. I'll take a motion to concur the recommendation of city manager and approve the side letter agreement with the TPOA.
Motion to concur with the recommendation and approve 9I.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9J from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Jamie Lay again, City Manager's Office. Item 9J is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council adopt a resolution amending Resolution Number 2023-144 for certain full-time salary and hourly employees to add the position of Capital Projects Construction Superintendent. On March 12, 2024, your honorable body accepted and filed the fiscal year 2023-24 mid-year budget review report and approved program modifications, which included the addition of 1 Capital Projects Construction Superintendent. Staff is recommending the addition of the Capital Projects Construction Superintendent to the certain full-time salaried and hourly employees by way of this item. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
This is Andy Porchop. Good thing she did not have a question for you because you would have answered it. I love this item too because you went lying to the people, the city doesn't have money and this and that, and then you're creating a new job. What is first step is $48 an hour, and the last step is $64,000, and it's going to cost the citizens, let me get there, $499,000. I hope you read this. And you guys says that expenditure none. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Expenditure none, and then you approve $500,000 a year for a superintendent? What project? Every project is done by somebody else. What a waste of money of the citizens. $500,000. I hope you vote for this. I hope you vote for this because we have to live with our means.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? I know there were some false statements made. A position was deleted, and we added one position. So I think expenditure is $8,758 as written, I believe. Okay. Councilman Sheikh?
Yeah, Mayor, this is just a conversion of a position, right, Mr. Chaparian? This is just a conversion.
Yes, sir. This is an existing position. We're just taking the budget action to
That's
approve.
right. All right, thank you, Mayor.
To add it to the resolution.
Anyone else from the council who has a comment? Sir, when we're talking, please don't speak out because you are disrupting our meeting. I don't see any comments from the council, so I will, City Clerk, may I have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold on. Councilwoman Lewis clicked in.
Just for the public's edification, I'm sorry, Ms. Lay, can you just reiterate what this is and that it does not cost $500,000?
This position is an upgraded position that is now moving into the certain full-time and hourly and salary employees resolution. This item is just to move that classification into that resolution.
Thank you. With that being said, I move to adopt.
Second.
Your Honor, would you like the number and title?
Yeah, I was just gonna say,
This is resolution number 2024-62, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending resolution number 22-144, setting forth hours, wages, and working conditions for certain full-time, salaried, and hourly employees effective August 25th, 2020.
Move to adopt resolution number 2023-144.
2024. 62.
Start voting, please.
I think she meant 2024-62.
Yeah, 62, yeah, it's amending.
40.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember, yeah.
Thank you. Item 9K from Public Works Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Chuck Scheib with the Public Works Department, and I'll be presenting on this item. This is a recommendation of the Public Works Director that the City Council approve a second amendment to a tri-party agreement with the Torrance Refining Company, LLC of Torrance, and the West Basin Municipal Water District, Contract C2021-027, for an additional amount not to exceed $12 million for, for a new not to exceed amount of $12 million for the usage of recycled water and not, additional amount not to exceed $12 million for a new not to exceed amount of $40 million for the usage of recycled water, and to extend the contract term for an additional 1-year period beginning September 1st, 2024, ending in August 31st, 2025. Over the course of the last 2.5 years, there have been ongoing discussions and negotiations with the three parties regarding the development of a new long-term recycled water agreement at the Torrance Refining Company. Although considerable progress has been made, there are still a number of complex operational, technical, and financial issues between the Torrance Refining Company and the West Basin Municipal Water District that need to be resolved, including the rehabilitation or replacement of on-site water treatment facilities, the transfer of on-site treatment functions to the refinery, cost reconciliations, and other related matters in order to enter into a new long-term contract. All parties are working toward the development of a new comprehensive recycled water agreement to become effective prior to the expiration of the current contract. It should be noted that the estimated $12 million expense for recycled water will be fully paid by the revenue received from the Torrance Refining Company. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any member of the public who wish to speak on this item? I don't see any. Any members of the council who wish to speak on this item? Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank to Mr. Charles. Excuse me. I want to thank you for meeting with me and explaining in detail about this. I'm losing my voice. Just for public awareness, I know we spoke about this is a pass-through amount that, but in the future, we're thinking about having a markup for this so Torrance can get some benefit out of this. If you could elaborate on that, please.
Yes, Councilman. We have retained a consultant to perform an assessment and evaluation of the markup on recycled water at the refinery. That is correct. We'll be doing that over the course of the next year, and we'll have that available by the time the contract expires. So we expect to have that discussion and that evaluation performed.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from the council? If not, I'll take a motion to concur the recommendation of the Public Works Director and approve the second amendment to the tri-party agreement for the usage of recycled water at Torrance Refinery.
I'll make a motion to concur. Let's try again. Let's make a motion to concur with the recommendation of Public Works Director and approve the second amendment to the tri-party agreement for usage of recycled water at Torrance Refinery.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
We're going to take a 10-minute break and then come back. 9:04, we have returned from a break. Moving on to item 10, public hearing. Now is the time and place for item 10A. This is a recommendation of the Community Development Director that City Council conduct a public hearing on Land Use Study 24-00002 regarding proposed amendments to the Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to electronic or digital billboards. Determine the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 15061B3 of the CEQA guidelines and adopt an ordinance pertaining to electronic or digital billboards and approve an ordinance summary for publication. The public hearing will be conducted as follows. Staff will begin with a presentation, then the public comment period will begin with each speaker having up to 2 minutes to speak. Staff will then respond to any questions the council may have. At the conclusion of the public comment period, City Council will close a public hearing and take action on this matter. May I have a staff presentation, please?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Oscar Martinez of the Community Development Department, and I have some slides that cover the material in your agenda tonight. This item was originally heard by City Council on March 26th, and at that meeting, they directed staff to bring the item back with additional information. As mentioned during the previous meeting, or at the last meeting, electronic message center sign standards were adopted in 2021, but were added to a list of prohibited signs. These types of signs are intended to advertise on-site goods and services as opposed to billboards, which advertise off-site goods and services. The proposed modifications to the code would allow electronic message center signs throughout the city via conditional use permit process, with the standards that were previously adopted in 2021. For digital electronic billboards, a new code section would be created to allow them along the freeway via a conditional use permit process. At the March hearing, concerns were raised regarding the 100-foot setback to residential uses, and that has been increased to 200 feet. The rest of the proposed standards remained unchanged from the March meeting. Digital billboards will require a 1-mile separation between other digital billboards. They will not be able to exceed a maximum height of 80 feet, and it sets a maximum area of 1,000 square feet per display panel, sets image transition requirements, maintenance requirements, and they also require a development agreement between the operator and the city. The proposed amendments also comply with Caltrans requirements for minimum separation and maximum display size. The minimum separation required by Caltrans between digital billboards is 1,000 feet, and the maximum display area allowed is 1,200 square feet. Caltrans also has a minimum 500-foot distance requirement to other permitted displays on the same side of the freeway that may impact the proposed location of a profession if a digital billboard is proposed near the city boundary. Staff researched adjacent South Bay cities for amounts of revenues collected. Revenues vary between $100,000 to $200,000 per year per sign and could also include one-time contribution to the city. The revenue is negotiable, and some factors to consider are whether or not the land is city-owned, and also the level of vehicle counts along that portion of the freeway. The proposed amendments will require the billboard operator to enter into the development agreement with the city, and additional requirements could be imposed, such as community messaging requirements, advertising discounts to local businesses, and removal of billboards at other locations within the city, operating hours, etc. Those are pretty common practices of other jurisdictions as well. The map displayed shows locations that could allow for the installation of a digital billboard. Some sites were grouped together based on the use and property ownership and excluded schools and parks. Out of 12 sites identified, 11 appear to make the minimum area of 1 acre and can also accommodate the 200-foot setback requirement to residential uses. Although not zoned for it, site number 27 is included as a city-owned parcel that could qualify should the property ever be rezoned in the future. This is an existing sign on Western and 190th Street, shown here to provide scale on how tall a digital billboard can be allowed with the proposed amendments. This sign was approved in 2022 at a height of 75 feet. The following photographs demonstrate various examples of digital billboards in nearby jurisdictions. In Carson, Dignity Health Sports Park has two. The one on the left is along the 91 freeway, and the one on the right is along the 405 freeway. Both measure 115 feet in height. The sign on the left is located in Lawndale and measures approximately 115 to 120 feet in height. This sign has a digital billboard that measures approximately 1,000 square feet on either side, as well as two additional static sign areas above and below the digital panel. The digital billboard on the right is located in the city of Hawthorne and measures approximately 75 to 80 feet in height and has a 1,200 square foot display on either side. Here are other examples of digital billboards from Orange County. The one on the left is located at Main Place Mall in Santa Ana and is visible along Interstate 5. The one on the right is also a digital billboard and is located in the city of Buena Park and also along Interstate 5. The billboard on the left is located in the city of Huntington Beach along the 405, and the one on the right is located in Corona along the 91. In conclusion, the Community Development Director recommends that City Council conduct a public hearing on Land Use Study 24-00002, determine the proposed code amendments are exempt from CEQA per guideline section 15061B3, adopt an ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code, and approve an ordinance summary for publication. That concludes staff's presentation and is available for any questions.
Thank you very much. So at this moment, we'll go into the public first. City Clerk, do we have any members? Looks like we do have one who signed up. You have 2 minutes.
Jocelyn?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's my great privilege to appear before this body and to share my thoughts on behalf of Simon Property Group. I'm Jocelyn Gubler, the Vice President of Development for Simon Property Group, and I'm based here in Southern California, although we're an Indiana company. One of the things I wanted to express is our support for this initiative. We all know that millions and millions of eyes pass by or through Torrance real estate every year, and some of those eyes may not even know that they're in Torrance. The ordinance before you will help Torrance build to its brand awareness as well as to monetize its real estate in a meaningful way to be able to support the city, its residents, visitors, and our future. I like to imagine Torrance in 2028 when talking about this ordinance. These messaging centers, if you will, can provide visibility into the city of Torrance and information about all that's happening in the city, including Torrance businesses, Torrance history, community, services, and schools. And it can give those millions of eyes millions of reasons to think again about Torrance, its opportunities and offerings, and reasons to be a part of the city of Torrance now and in the future. Carson and other neighboring cities, as we saw, are already taking advantage of their real estate opportunities such as this, and it's time for Torrance to do so and to celebrate all that is Torrance. Thank you so much for the opportunity to appear before you this evening.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak who did not submit your name? You got 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Andy Porchap. I'm sorry I did not put down my name, but, I was hoping, I have a chance to speak because all these people come for a public meeting. Anyway, I would just like to tell you, it was a great experience. I never forget when I came to America and then ended up on Times Square and, all the billboards and all the advertising. And I says, Andy, you made it in America. That was my biggest thing. But since then, advertising in America, it's like regulated worse than ever. Now, even in Las Vegas, it's different than it was before. All the girly things disappeared, Anyway, so I'm for this one, because this you can put it on like Torrance, the greatest city, or I don't know. So the weather, we did not screw up yet. That's a good slogan. Put it on the thing. Or come to Torrance Beach and shop in the village, Redondo Beach. So anyway, I'm for it because advertising is like apple pie in America. You know what I mean? And I'm not kidding, because that's what made America, the advertising, and that could bring in dinero, dinero. You collect the money, they flashing the lights, you collect the money, they flashing the lights, it's all good, you know what I mean? So there are no horses around, the freeway, or a few people, if they live there, if you give them a little dinero, they won't complain either. Give them a little tax break on their house or a little discount on their apartment or something, And this is great. More signs, more advertising, and more money for the city. And I'm not kidding.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item?
Hi, all. I've been listening from home, and I decided to come. And as far as this agenda item, too many of those billboards are so distracting. Some of them get so bright that it totally pulls your eyes away from what you're supposed to be doing. I don't know if you're talking about billboards on the highway or if you're talking about ones that are within the city, but I would just say make them very rare if you're going to do it, because they just get too bright. You should have like a luminance setting or limit to how bright they should be, because they can get really bright, and especially around people's houses and things like that. You don't want that just blaring. Over by West High, they got the church, they've got the West High, but the one at the church, I don't know how those people on the corner deal with it, because it gets bright. So that's all I want to say. And Madam Clerk, can you pull your microphone closer to your mouth, because you cut in and out at home? I know. Can you bring it closer to you? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? Okay, we'll bring it up to the council. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have some questions, but some comments as well. I just feel strongly that electric billboards can quickly become a little bit out of control and will reduce the classic look of our city. I believe that you can tell you're in Torrance because of the positive qualities of our city and how beautiful our city is. I care about the aesthetics. Once billboards are here, they're here forever. They will multiply. And one of my questions is, how will we control the subject matter? We've been so careful to control subject matter about flags on our poles. How are we going to control the subject matter about this? And how will that be approved? And who will do the approving? This has been turned down many times before. The residents that I talk to are very concerned about the number that will eventually start to pop up within the city, the size. Some of the examples of the estimated income looks like a big number, but it's spread out over multiple years. So I'm concerned that we're selling out our city a little bit by creating these. And it talks about throughout the city. It just doesn't talk about along the freeway. So I know that was long-winded, and there was some questions included in that. But how will we control the number of these, and the subject? Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani, Oscar Martinez, Community Development Department. So in terms of the content, that we cannot put any kind of restrictions within the Torrance Municipal Code regarding content. That, again, that would be handled through the development agreement, and that would be negotiated through with the city, and ultimately that development agreement would be approved by the city council. In terms of the number, based on our standards and depending on where it goes, it would really depend on who goes first in a way, because that would determine how far any other digital billboard could be placed along the 405 freeway. And if we have a 1 mile separation, we're talking about 2 to 3 billboards along the 405 freeway. And then I believe regarding citywide, it is, the reason why it's mentioned about citywide is because we did adopt those standards about electronic message center signs in 2021, but that was only related to on-premise messaging. So it would be goods and services that are advertised that are at that subject location. And it's just that when they were approved, that code amendment was approved, it prohibited them citywide. This is cleaning that up. So it would allow ultimately digital electronic message center signs at, let's say, at the Del Amo Fashion Center, and through a conditional use permit process request as well.
Approximately, what is 200 feet from here? Would that be to the street? Would that be to the fountain?
I would have to estimate, Councilwoman, that it's about approximately to the fountain, the front edge of the fountain, yeah.
That's pretty close. It's pretty close for a big bright sign. Yeah, thank you, and I do appreciate all the work you've put into this. I know that we've been talking about this for a very, very long time, and I've been on council when it's been talked about multiple times as well. So thank you, I do appreciate you. I just want to be a voice for the people that have reached out to me regarding this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, staff, for this updated presentation, and I appreciate the additional digitals of existing signs, both the one that recently opened at 190th and Western and also from some of the surrounding cities. I do have a few questions and comments about revenue, and I'm not sure if in your research that if you had contact with other cities about what the revenue impacts have been for them.
Councilman Kaji, yes, we did reach out. I can tell you specifically the city of Carson. They just did not provide that information to us. They just referred us to their publicly available documentation.
Okay. I know in the past, meeting with Mayor James Butts of the city of Inglewood, and visiting him at City Hall, and also in follow-up conversations for Inglewood, they have digital signs both around their sports facilities and going out to the freeway. So I know he's disclosed to us that at present the city is generating about $6 million annually in their development agreement with their sign provider. I think that it's a sliding scale that goes up over time in favor of the city. But also going back to page 5, where you identify potential locations, are any of the locations listed city-owned locations, or are those all privately owned properties?
Councilman Kaji, site number 27 is owned by the city, and that's the city's water tank on Yukon Avenue. And then also site number 14 and 15, which is the new on-ramp. It's still owned by the city of Torrance, but ultimately there could potentially be a location where one could be approved there.
Okay. And should we move this forward and move towards a development agreement with a private company, Are we able to regulate the, let's say, the lighting and the frequency of the signs? Let's say, for example, at night, if they are even, outside of the 200 foot zone? Is that a possibility?
Councilman Kaji, yes, that's a possibility. I have seen it where they've approved a they limited the hours of operation to a billboard, and they stop at 3 a.m. and until 5 a.m. they activate it back up. The code does not have anything regarding those hours of operation, just to allow for some flexibility there.
I see. All right, thank you.
If I may, also, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. Before a sign can actually come to the city of Torrance, before they can actually submit to us, they actually have to submit first to Caltrans. They have to submit a preliminary review, and part of that preliminary review, that when they go through Caltrans is also doing their own research to make sure they meet the distance requirements. They also have illumination requirements too. So they have to actually go through that first approval before they can submit to us. And once they submit to us, then what we will do is verify to make sure that because some of our conditions are a little bit restrictor, as such the size of the signage. Caltrans actually allows up to 1,200 square feet. We're saying 1,000 square feet. So if they submit a sign to Caltrans and say it's 1,100, obviously Caltrans can come back and say it's good, but when it comes to us, since ours is more restrictive, we're going to tell them, no, you're going to have to reduce it to 1,000 because ours is more restrictive. So some of those, as far as illumination, distance requirements, Caltrans will also be looking at that, but we also have some more restrictor ones. Caltrans does not care if it's next to residentials. We do. So that's an additional restriction we put in ours. So I do think it's important that this council and anybody listening understands that it's not just the city council that has to review this. It actually has to first be reviewed and approved by Caltrans, especially because most of this area would have to, along the freeway, is considered landscaped areas. And it would actually have to go through a declassification where they want that sign. And only Caltrans can do that declassification. So they have to show us proof that that area was also declassified.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be concerned, as Councilwoman Kalani pointed out, any light wash impacts on residential, whether it's outside of 200 feet. And if we do have a means to control the brightness and also the operation of the signs at night.
Yeah, Caltrans covers that also. And for instance, like they don't even allow like red blinking lights because of then people confuse that with, unfortunately, with like the fire engines and safety. So they have those requirements, and then we would also be doing that too.
Okay. Let's see. Last question, looking at the site at Crenshaw and 182nd Street, where Caltrans is winding up their work on the 405 freeway. Is that one of the sites on here? Is it
Yes, Councilman, it's number 14 and 15.
14.
Those two were grouped together because they are both owned by even though they're separate parcels, they're both owned by the city of Torrance.
I see, okay. Thank you.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Carlos. I appreciate your diligence and providing us the detail. This is the second, third time we're bringing it here. Couple of clarifying questions. The billboards that we have on Wilson Park, what do you consider those signs? They're not digital signs, but they are, we control the content of these signs that we have on Wilson Park, right? Is that part of the category billboard?
It's a little slightly different. I believe those are electronic message centers. So my apologies. Yes, they are considered similar, but yeah, they are controlled by the city of Torrance.
So if we can control the contents for that, why can't we have same mechanism, rules applied to all the billboards that we have? We control the contents, we control the specs, and we control if city is going to take a benefit of that or not, things like that. Do you have any comment on that?
Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. We can control what's ours, but anything outside of that would implicate the First Amendment and censorship.
Right. So when you say ours,
Sir, please let us speak. No,
So
don't make a lot of
so
noise.
the electronic boards that are currently at Wilson and at the corner of Madrona and Torrance are ours, so we control what goes on there because we control them. They're controlled by the city of Torrance, but anything that would be at Del Amo or other businesses, that'd be their business of what to put on there.
Okay, I'll ask a question now for Delamo first, then I'm coming back to that. So it's not a digital sign that we have on Delamo. It's like a regular static sign on the Delamo, right?
Councilman, yeah, those are both static signs. The ones over Carson Street. Yeah, they don't change image.
And who controls those sign contents?
So that would be the mall.
Delamo Mall, they control. So they don't contact us, whatever they want to put there, the revenue from that, it goes directly to Simon? That's the way it is?
Correct, yeah. They do get a sign permit from the city to change it out whenever they change it out, but it doesn't generate any revenue for the city.
They don't require any permitting from us?
Yeah. Well, they do require building permits or sign permits to make any modifications to the sign.
Not the contents. So
Correct.
we control anything. So I like the concept, but my thought process is that we should only allow to our city-owned properties so we can generate and we can use for our city branding, and we can use what's going to help the city. And probably we can have a lease with certain restrictions that since we own it, so we own the contents, we should allocate some of the contents that benefit the city businesses. Also, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Great question. Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. That's the whole reason why we'd have a development agreement. So whether it's on city property or it's on private property, they would still have to get a conditional use permit and enter into a development agreement. In that development agreement, that's where we would actually make those requests. We would negotiate that with them. We would negotiate that, a certain percentage of the screen time be used for city advertising. That's actually, when you do a development agreement, there has to be a public purpose. And so to get that public purpose, that's what one of the things we would say is you would need to dedicate some of the screen time for us to advertise city, whatever we want to advertise citywide. We could also, during that development agreement, negotiate content that maybe we would not want to be on the signs. It doesn't mean they will agree to it, but it's when we start negotiating it. We don't want to get into First Amendment rights, as the city attorney had brought up, but there will be other things where maybe we don't want tobacco products on there for some reason. Maybe we don't want alcohol in there. And then it's a matter of negotiating that to see if whoever we're negotiating with would agree to that. We also get a fee for it. Not only do we get and it depends on how you want to set up the fee. Most cities, what they'll do is they'll do a upfront fee of like $250,000, $300,000, and then they'll do an annual fee of like $30,000 to $50,000. So for that first 10 years, the idea is for that one sign, if it's not owned by the city, that we're getting somewhere between $750,000 and $1 million. So you do those things, you do them through a development agreement.
And Councilman, if I may chime in, Honorable Chairman, City Manager, there's also business considerations with the advertisers, the type of content that they want to maximize. These are highly traveled corridors, and so there's some considerations built in. Typically, what we see are services and auto products, dealerships along the corridor,
right,
and retail establishments. It will be an opportunity, as stated by our Community Development Department, for city to have branding components built into the development agreement, so they can mimic the branding that we have throughout the city through our beautification and monument sign efforts. Those are areas where the city can have control. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. I think what both sides of the arguments, we don't want these kind of billboard signs on each corner. We want to preserve the uniqueness of Torrance. Torrance is a very unique city, very special city. We want to keep not going crazy with billboard signs, but I wanted to have a control, like Patrick, our city attorney was mentioning, on the city-owned properties, if we install those billboard signs only on the city-owned properties, can we do that? And get benefits from the screen, selling the screen time, and just own the whole thing, so we control the context, we control the specs, we control the whole thing.
Based on the map, there would only be one location along the 405 freeway where that might be, where you might be able to do that. And that would be at the number 1415. There's the second site that the city owns that Mr. Martinez brought up, number 27, but it's actually zoned, it's not zoned, it's zoned public use. To put signs along the freeway, they have to be zoned either commercial or industrial, so that zone would have to change. I don't know if that zone could actually change. We haven't studied that. So right now, looking at this, you're looking at potentially just one sign. Now, the other thing that I would like to point out when you say that the idea of these signs is to sell for off-site advertising. If you make it so restricted on what you're going to allow to be put on these signs, then you're not going to be able to sell those spaces because it costs a lot of money to run these. And so there's a lot of money going into running these ads on these signs.
Well, is how many eyes going to catch that advertisement? If the location is very prominent location that will benefit to the businesses, they will go for that. They won't care if that's privately owned or publicly owned.
No, that wasn't my point. My point was when you were saying you want to control what you can go on there.
Right.
Depending how much control you put on that would depend on who's willing to purchase from you or purchase from the city for advertising.
Right.
I think that there are some unique areas along here where signage could go and benefit not just that side. I think there's other locations. As Mr. Martinez stated, the maximum we probably could get is 3 signs based on the mile radius that we're putting in our condition. So this is not going to turn in, and depending where those signs go will also depend on, it could only be maybe 2. The other thing you have to remember is because of Caltrans has their own restrictions on signs, and there is a sign right outside of our border that could affect where a sign can come in also for it. So that could also limit it. So there's a lot that goes into this where signs can go. Unfortunately, it's not just easy saying, yes, we can just do it right here and it's gonna go well. I think we're putting in standards and conditions that will help this council be able to control it though.
But not what our attorney is saying, that you can only control certain.
If we wanted to put that in our code, we could not do it. If you want to negotiate it through a development agreement and that developer was willing to agree to it, that's different.
Right. So I get that. So I wanted to control the whole thing. If we bring this item in Torrance, I wanted to have a control. If a private party can make money, we as city can make money of that too.
And you would do that through the development agreement
With who?
with whoever's developing that sign. So there's 2 big there's 2 big sign companies. There's Lamar and there's Digital Displays. Those are 2 big sign companies that you will see all over, the freeways. You would negotiate directly with them, who has negotiated with a lease for one of these properties. But it's that actual billboard company that's coming in that's negotiating that development agreement with us or with the council.
But
Councilman, there are 2 components. One is a regulation, which is the actual ordinance. Then there's a physical build-out. These signs are several $1 million. So they have to be able to sell ads. They bundle these ads. The city, we set the guidelines and the regulations where they can go based on Caltrans rules. You can only have, feasibility for us is 3 signs within 1,000 feet based on the zoning along the freeway. One of those may be the city. The two others may be independently, privately owned by one of these sign companies that will come and enter into a development agreement with the city of Torrance. At that time, we can put the stipulation about branding, about community standards. And anecdotally, I think for everyone here that's driven along the freeways, there's a certain type of advertisement because anything controversial, not impossible, but it seems unlikely given their business model to be able to attract. I'm not advocating one way or the other, it's just based on what's out there now for them to be able to make money since they have to build the capital and they have to enter into multi-year contracts. And I think Mr. Santana wants to add one more comment.
Yes, thank you. Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. To elaborate on the revenue stream potential, as Community Development Director Ramirez clarified, the development agreement presents an opportunity to identify what the terms are or what revenue the city would be receiving. If a sign is developed on a city-owned asset, in addition to that development agreement that identifies what revenue stream the city would be receiving on an annual basis from the ad sales, it would also include rent because there would be an established lease.
Right.
So if it is, if a sign is advanced on a city asset, there would be those two revenue streams, the rent and the development agreement. If it's not on a city asset, the development agreement presents that opportunity for the city to identify a revenue stream regardless of it not being on a city-owned asset. Given the mild buffering within the staff drafted code, the maximum potential of these signs within our city limits would be capped at 3. And as Mr. Martinez indicated, depending on where the first one goes, it may only be 2 or 1. It just really depends on which qualifying property does advance or initiates a digital sign being installed on their property, which the city could be first.
Right, there you go. I think very well said. Yeah, I think that's exactly what my argument is, that if we go with the development agreement and on city-owned properties, I think we can control majority of the things that we can, the specs, the contents, if that's the true interpretation.
Councilman Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. If it is on a city asset, yes, we would have greater control. As a recovering city planner, I would recommend against the city taking a position that we only allow something on our own asset. The code as it's constructed is very specific to commercial and industrial property. If it's restricted to city-owned property, it may not be the most business-friendly approach that the city could take.
I would also like to add that, like I said, you negotiate these with sign companies, and if that sign company is willing to negotiate what we want in our own development agreement, then they're going to negotiate that with us with the other development agreements too, because they're going to know that that's the standards that we're setting.
And that will impact our revenue stream, basically. That will
If we are
drive
overly
the
restricted, Council, and yes, that will impact the revenue stream.
We most likely won't get any signs if we regulate to the extent they can't sell ads. Then they won't come. There has to be marketplace, and we initially reached out to several companies who were interested, and they offered to meet with us and give us some insight. And Torrance, as mentioned, is a very well traveled area, and there are gaps between the Lawndale to Carson, and it does, at least from my vantage point, it's putting Torrance literally on the map. Because when you come through, you just see the small sign, even though we added some recent Caltrans sound wall, thanks to the recent project. But from my vantage point, it's Torrance on the large, similar to the Cal Bay project that you've probably seen, not to the extent that we're envisioning for these, but it also gives us an opportunity to highlight all the positive local nonprofit city events and programs. So it's an opportunity with some controls, as indicated by community development, and the financial investment to install these expensive signs creates limited opportunities as well. It's unlikely they're going to be going to some internal city streets unless it's Hawthorne Boulevard, which again, it's a Caltrans and there's limitations given the street configurations. Other sites we may look in the future will be the transit center facing Crenshaw, since that does get the traffic, but there'll be a different conversation to come before your honorable body. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you for your information. I think my point is that I understand 100%. It's a revenue generation mechanism. It's a branding for Torrance as soon as you enter you. But at what cost? Is that the quality of life as soon as you enter? I mean, we want to make sure that it does not impact our residents. It does not have a negative connotation for our city. I want to have some kind of very restricted model that we control most of it. I mean, revenue, yes, it's there, but not at the cost of our residents' expenses that they have to suffer, and then we create something that it's going to be forever. So I wanted to have a model, maybe unique model, maybe something it doesn't exist. That benefit, number one, to our city businesses, our local businesses, our city advertisements, and of course a little bit of revenue. That's the main key, but not at the expense of our quality of life for our residents.
And that is why we would enter into a development agreement, so this council would have the ability to set those parameters and those standards.
And Councilman, if I may, we will, part of the process, a lot of assumptions, but we could enter into a very, what we may deem as a restrictive development agreement, and the market will respond. We can ask all we want, but if it's too restrictive, it doesn't present revenue opportunities. It's a business model, and we're the recipients of the revenue, the branding, the local publicity. That in itself will be the litmus test. I understand the concerns, and we can develop, based on your input, those development agreements, and they'll be before you to approve. Even if we were to get a partner, it will still be subject to the development agreement with direction by this honorable body. So there are safety valves to the point where if council doesn't feel comfortable with the terms as stipulated, you won't approve the development agreement, and therefore the potential sign company will have to find alternative locations.
But I wanted to start from a note, like all these things I mentioned, we want to support our local businesses, we want to support our city branding, we want to
Sure.
support.
Our auto dealers have expressed in the past a desire to have a billboard, a digital sign, to advertise the 23 brands that we have between our microbrews, our retail centers, our strip malls. There's significant retail, even our hospitals.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen them advertise. So this isn't, there's enough economic opportunities and brands, national brands, in Torrance to attract the local downtown, for example. Discover Torrance, the Olympics, the beach. As people drive through, there's a beach this way, exit coming up. So there's a lot of opportunities for us to dedicate. And part of the development agreement can be that set aside that helps. We could create some sort of subsidies for local companies, part of the development agreement, to give them that exposure on the 405.
Councilman, I'm sorry, if I could
Yes.
add on to the city manager's
Please.
explanation. Danny Santana, city manager's office again. It also presents that opportunity through the development agreement for that set aside for community advertisements, city programming, local nonprofits, emergency alert
Right.
communications
Yep.
to a very highly traversed corridor through the South Bay to be able to get that messaging out. So all of those would be opportunities to reach a greater demographic in the South Bay or anybody traversing through the South Bay, all of which can be negotiated as a part of the development agreement.
I just don't want it to have it explodes in the city. And we want to have some restrictions and restrictions on, I would just say, along the freeway. Like start with one, probably the one we own. Let's see what happens with that. And then if that benefits our city, let's go with the second and third one. But I do not want to be at a point that we regret, hey, what the previous council has done, that is going to impact the future generations and so forth. But you got my point, what I'm trying to emphasize. But thank you, Mayor.
I think we got your point. I understand what you're getting at. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, I just want to state that following the last time we held this public hearing in March, back in June 4th to be exact, Fran Fulton, our economic development manager, and myself met with the Torrance Auto Dealers Association, which is comprised of the 20 auto dealerships here in the city. And when we did discuss the potential of bringing this item back, they stated their support of it. I did raise the issue to them, which came up in March, that according to one individual, that the auto dealers no longer needed to rely on digital signs. The response by the dealers was no. If anything, as a major stakeholder here in the city, we believe that digital signs will help to enhance our reach to our customer base, which traverses the San Diego Freeway, and they would be in full support of a digital sign presence here in the city. So I think it's important when we look at the sign. I think the sign, if it's on city property, will generate net revenue for the city. But I think more importantly, the multiplier impact for our significant stakeholders, such as all the auto dealers, for all the tenants at Del Amo Fashion Center, for our hospitals, will help to enhance the sales tax revenue generation of our city, which we so much depend on. And I think until, let's say we start with the first sign, there'll be, of course, one sign. How much of a difference will that make in net sales tax revenue generation? I don't know if we can track that, but I think it will undoubtedly enhance the visibility of all these sales tax generators, because right now there's none. There's no presence. So, but also to Councilman Shake's comment, I do believe that for advertisers who are going to be willing to enter into long-term contracts that will require them to pay for a sign presence on the 405, they will self-regulate, because if their presence on a digital sign in the city of Torrance does anything to detract their reputation in the marketplace, they're not going to run it. If they're going to be spending thousands of dollars, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, they're going to make sure that after conducting their own market research, it's the right messaging, because they only have like so many seconds while a driver passes by to make that impression. So I think the industry itself and the retailers, I think they do a good job of only running those messages that will resonate with their customer base. I also like the point about the community benefit of having a presence. I know that we have so many different community activities here in the city. The concerts at the park, performances here at the Cultural Arts Center, but also messaging if there are times of emergencies where there are concerns about an earthquake or any other catastrophe that may impact the South Bay. I think that messaging is critical, not just for our residents, but also for those going through our area, going through our city. So, while it is going to be the first time that we have it, and I do believe that we will regulate it, and there also will be self-regulation by the advertisers. I do believe that as we're looking ahead at helping to restructure our balance sheet and to help our stakeholders do better business and to increase sales, I think that this can play a significant role in ensuring that when we do come up with those bumps in the road with this economy, at least this time we'll be able to ensure that we're using whatever means possible to help our businesses here to thrive. But thank you, staff, for coming back with more data, because I think this has been helpful for the conversation.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji. I just want to ask for a quick clarification. I think the context of this discussion is it only applies for the Del Amo Business District and along the 405, or it's throughout the city of Torrance. I'm just reading one paragraph here.
Mayor Chan, there's Oscar Martinez, Community Development Department. There's two items that are there, two components. Citywide, it will affect the code citywide as it will allow electronic message center signs, and those are intended for on-site advertising. So it could be one at the Del Amo Fashion Center, or let's say at the financial center, or one of the hospitals, or something like that. And they do also have qualifying criteria such as minimum 1 acre in size. They are required to be a minimum of 660 feet away from each other. And they cannot be, I believe, depending on the size of the property, it also limits the maximum number of them. And then the code is also modifying off-site digital billboards along the 405. So this would only be applicable to properties that are adjacent to the 405 freeway, and that would allow for the off-site advertising.
Okay. I'm just going to try an example. I think, Councilman Kaji referenced the Torrance auto dealers, and I was in a meeting with them a couple of years ago, and I think I heard one remark that says Torrance is the only city that does not have a billboard that advertises for them. That was what my takeaway was. Let's just take the example of the overpass over Carson Street, Del Amo Fashion Center. They have signs there today. I know last time we discussed this item, I don't know if you remember, I thought that was good, actually. As an example of what I thought was an area which I think is good nowadays. Every time they want to change a sign, I guess it's a manual effort to, remove it. And it seems like it would be very practical that would be a electronic change as opposed to all the labor that goes into it. And the advertising they do now, the concerns that Councilman Shake has already applies to whatever that goes on there already today. Would that be correct? I mean, well, it's like, how do you determine what's allowed to be advertised there? Am I correct?
Yeah, well, Mayor Chan, that the modifications would only allow those signs if they wanted to get converted to electronic message centers. They'd go through the conditional use permit process, but they would be restricted to advertising goods and services at the Del Amo Fashion Center.
Okay, so I guess what I'm saying is, okay, so some of the concerns that you brought up, then that gets taken care of, right? At least for that particular location. And then for other places, are there other places along the Hawthorne corridor that this may pop up as well?
We do have a couple of other locations, not necessarily just along Hawthorne, but some of our larger commercial shopping centers, let's say Crossroads. There potentially could be one there. There could be approved. I'm sorry, they could apply for one there, but again, it would be restricted to advertising only businesses and goods and services that are at the Crossroads Shopping Center or Rolling Hills Shopping Center.
Okay, and we know the businesses that are over there. Okay, all right, very good. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. So if there is a private industrial site and they decide to go through the process of putting up a sign, they can, correct?
That's correct,
And
Councilwoman.
we cannot control the content, correct?
It would be regulated through the permit, but not necessarily, well, let me back up a little bit. Are you talking about an industrial business along the 405, or we're talking about an industrial business?
In the city.
If, let's say, Ganal, for instance, on Del Amo, they could potentially apply for an electronic message center sign, and they would be advertising their products that they sell at Ganal Lumber.
But nothing else.
Correct.
So let's go back to an industrial building. They can only sell whatever's in that building or offered in that building. They can't sell for the auto dealerships, or they can't sell for, I don't want to discourage anything, or
Yeah. So, Councilwoman, it would only be their business itself only. So whatever, if, let's say Honeywell, for instance, which would be able to apply for a conditional use permit, or at least that property is a qualifying property. If a sign was to be installed there as a billboard, then the content, again, would be regulated through the development agreement that they would enter with the city. If they were if we're talking about, let's say, just up here, up the street, some of the like polypeptide businesses up the street, they would only be restricted. If they were to apply for a permit for an electronic message center sign, they would be restricted to advertising only for their product.
Oh, you're
on
saying
site.
electronic message center. That's separate from a billboard, right?
Correct. They're different. There's
Okay,
two
I was
different
jumping,
things.
okay, let's go back to what I thought we
Councilwoman,
were
if I may,
talking about as a
if I may
billboard.
clarify, any advertising is only on the freeway signs as it stands under this ordinance. Now, if other commercial centers want to install their own billboards, they would be restricted to their particular establishment, their commercial center, unless you want to expand the ordinance to include any advertisement. I think that's one of the considerations. The only signs along the 405 with the 3 or 2, if your honorable body chooses to go down the path, under our current ordinance, they'll be the only ones that can do off-site. They can do dealership, they can do mall, they can do nonprofits based on the agreement. So, but if a commercial center along Hawthorne wants to install their own digital sign, as long as they meet our requirements, they can only advertise for items that are available within that establishment.
I understand that. When
I
you
just want
talk
to
about
clarify that piece, yeah.
Yeah, when you talk about a digital billboard.
Yes.
I mean, a digital sign.
Yes.
Not a billboard. They're two
Digital, the
different
one
things.
that's static, that changes every 8 seconds,
Right,
that's what I'm referencing.
right, but when we're talking about a billboard, 120,
I think, let me try. I was trying to clarify what Aram just shared. I believe in the context we're discussing tonight, if we use the term billboard, it's an electronic billboard, which means you could change it automatically without sending a human being up there to make the change. And I think we've been using the word electronic messaging, but billboard, yes, it's electronic billboard.
thank you. So earlier when I asked, are we able to control the content, and we said no, what has changed between that and now?
So Councilwoman Kalani, the content, as our Community Development Director Ramirez clarified earlier, the content would be regulated through the development agreement. So within the code, within the standards that are being proposed tonight, it's not related to any content. And that's because, as our city attorney pointed out, it could be a violation of the First Amendment and free speech.
Okay, that's what I understood. So is it possible to separate what's by the freeway versus what's within the city as far as approvals?
So, Councilwoman, they are separate. So again,
Okay.
the electronic billboards would only be allowed along the 405. Electronic message centers is citywide.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, I think most of us finally got it. Along the 405, we allow electronic billboard and to do off-site advertising. That means the company is not next to that pole. But if you're on site, like Del Amo Fashion Center, we use the term electronic message, not a billboard. And then the advertising that's sold on there has to be related to the products of that particular business or location. Hopefully, did I get that right? I think that's what, and then, but for the offsite advertising, there will be a development agreement on top of that later on, should someone take an interest in putting on electronic billboard, then we could start discussing and what's good and what is not preferred. Okay.
Based on the development agreement, right?
Yes, yes. There's a lot of control mechanism. I could see on page 3 of a staff report, ERA provided us some guidelines about, the light and brightness and things like that. And any other comments from the questions from the council? Thank you, staff, for bringing this one up. I think it took a lot of thought, and If we're exhausted our questions, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
I move to close the public hearing on item 10A.
I second.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Lewis? Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Okay. City Clerk, may I have a number and title, please?
Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3935, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Chapter 11, Article 6 of Division 9 by amending Section 911.6.100 pertaining to prohibited signs, repealing Article 10, enforcement, adding Article 10, electronic/digital billboards, and adding Article 11, enforcement.
Well, I want to take a different route. I want to make a motion to restrict only to the freeway, only billboard signs, not bringing in the city. And based on the development agreement, we restrict the contents and we restrict whatever legal means we can do to have that implemented in the city of Torrance. Does that make sense? So basically, I'm asking not to bring the signage within the city. I want to have billboard only along this freeway.
So, Councilman Oscar Martinez, Community Development Department, as proposed, it would only be for the 405 freeway.
Okay.
The billboards.
But sorry, go ahead.
The electronic billboards would only be permitted through a conditional use permit process along the 405 freeway.
So the 27 signs, the 27 sites that you're telling here, only 3 of them are along the freeway.
No, Councilman, all of those sites, it's 12 sites in total.
Oh, okay.
They're just,
I
they're
think what
numbered.
he's saying is, he's showing us all the potential locations.
Yes.
But once you put one down, the other one can't be closer than 100
So
feet.
automatically they'll.
So
they'll-
by the distance separation, you eliminate it. Yeah, a mile away, you eliminate it. You can't have 12.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
So just to make sure, this is only along the freeway.
For electronic billboards are only
Electronic
along the freeway.
billboard only on the freeway.
Correct.
Okay. I make a motion to concur with the recommend.
Can you?
Second.
Okay. So maybe you should, if you're gonna make a motion, maybe there's more stuff you need to read.
Sure.
I think, yeah.
So this is the amendments that we're talking about. I'm gonna make a motion on this, the amendments.
No.
You could, or you
Councilman,
could just read the cover
they're in
sheet.
the-
Yeah.
Yep, I believe that they are in attachment number 2, I believe in the main item. Or attachment A.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, Councilman, my apologies, that's Oscar Martinez, Community Development Department, so on page 1 of the staff report under the recommendation.
How about I let Councilman Kaji, why don't you make a motion? Because I want to make sure that
Okay.
I'm going to withdraw that.
Let me withdraw my second then, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
Okay, motion is to adopt an ordinance amending Torrance Municipal Code, Section 911.6.100, entitled Prohibited Signs of Chapter 11. Article 6, Division 9, repealing Article 10 entitled Enforcement of Chapter 11, Division 9, adding Article 10 entitled Electronic Digital Billboards to Chapter 11, Division 9, adding Article 11 entitled Enforcement to Chapter 11, Division 9, and approve an ordinance summary for publication.
Mayor,
Oh, sorry.
if I could request the councilman to consider adding item 2, exempting the project from CEQA per section 15061B3.
Yes, add CEQA, thank you.
Yes, I think so I think Councilman Kaji's motion included items 2, 3, and 4 on page 1 of the staff report. Do I have a second? I think most of us were just allowing Councilman Shake to make the second. Yeah, if you choose to.
I'm not clear, so I'm not gonna make sense. Thanks.
Okay. Do I have a second for that? I will second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion fails with council members Kalani, Lewis, and Shake voting no, and council member Matucci absent.
Okay. All right. Moving on to,
Mayor, can we have a go back?
oh, Councilwoman Lewis.
Just for this item, I believe, I know you guys tried to do the clarity in this item before we voted on it, but I have a feeling that up here we're still not clear. So perhaps we can try to bring the item back. So you're clarifying what is a digital billboard versus a digital sign, because there seems to be some confusion in where each of those will go between the billboards and the signs. I'm clear on it, that the digital sign is what you have over Carson, that's static, does not change, it's just bright, it's there. Versus the digital billboard, which we do advertisement on, but cannot control the content for First Amendment. So maybe if we break it down a little bit more, people can understand, but just a suggestion in the future if it's brought back. Thank you.
Just want to make sure, are you, City Attorney, I need a little guidance on this one, because we just voted, and I think Councilwoman Lewis is since she's on the prevailing side, is asking us to reconsider it and bring it back. I don't want to put words in her mouth, I just want to clarify.
I'm saying if we decide to bring this item back in the future, and I'm sure because we've heard it a lot, that those distinctions are made. But there's a lot of confusion surrounding the difference between the digital billboard, a digital sign, and where they would be located.
And I agree, that's the reason I like the concept, I understand, but I want to have a restricted, very restricted, that will benefit our city. And I'm not clear how is that going. And again, Councilman Kaji, I understand the concept, but my point is that I'm not clear how is that gonna help our city? I mean, there are lots of ambiguities, so I want more clarity, because this is gonna impact for a long, long time. We want to have more clarity on that, and I want to bring it back and get probably more clarity on that, I think, probably.
So
I
do you
can
have a
request
motion to
bring it back?
consider
for
and
more-
bring it back? I just want to make sure,
Yes.
because otherwise I'm not sure staff knows where
Sure.
we're going with this.
Sure. Yeah, I'd like to bring it back with more clarity, with items that provide us how much we have control for these things, because that's one of my main things.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
Danny, if I may, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. To address the two comments from Councilmember Lewis and Councilman Shake, could staff propose one to take another stab at clarifying the distinction between the two signs what they would allow and where. And secondly, maybe identify a development agreement that has already been adopted by another agency that we can publicly obtain. I know community development did an effort to try and obtain information from other agencies, but maybe we could identify one that's publicly available. And we can highlight any of the content language that was negotiated in those as an example.
Yep.
Would
Great.
that address those concerns?
Yes, you addressed mine.
Okay.
Now, do we have a motion in a second?
Well, I'm trying to, because Councilman Gerson plugged in, let me try and make sure. Go ahead, Councilman Gerson.
Could you also separate those two when you bring that back to us? Thank
I apologize, Councilman Gerson. I'm not sure I understand. Yes. Understood. Staff got it.
Yeah, perhaps a table that kind of lays out each one that does separate.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole discussion about billboard, off-site, and electronic messaging on-site kind of got hazy, I could tell.
Yep.
Do we have a second for Councilman Shakes?
I will second that, and with knowledge that our fabulous community development director understood the assignment.
Okay.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kalani voting no and Councilmember Matucci absent.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Maybe I should keep this packet, huh? Let's see. There are no agency agendas. Moving on to second reading ordinances. Item 12A, are there, guess item 12A, the first thing I'm going to ask is, are there anyone from the public who wish to make comments on item 12A? It's the second final reading of ordinance 3933. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, this is Andy Porchop again. I understand that this is people dreams come true, you know, because people hate homeless. And the only problem with this one, where these people gonna go? Long Beach already cleaning up, and you know, all the encampment, they're cleaning up the encampments, and you know, these people not gonna die, you know, they're gonna be on the streets, so now they have to move every 4 hours, you know, they're gonna be kind of upset. And I went to Long Beach today, and never looked as bad as right now. And you know, poor people, 90-degree heat, they already out on the street, you know. And really, so what is this thing accomplish? You know, the people spent $25 billion to fight homelessness, and nothing. This is what you came.
Thank you, sir. Time is up. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item?
I'm actually all for it. These people can now finally be forced to either find help or go somewhere else. I'm so tired of us having to foot the bill for these people who don't want to work, who don't want to get help. I realize some are mentally deficient or have problems, but they have to go get help. That's all there is to it. We can't keep doing this. So I'm glad it happened. I'm glad we're gonna do something about it, and that's pretty much all I got to say. Let them go get help, and if not, go somewhere else.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? City Clerk, may I have number and title, please?
Councilmember Lewis Clifton.
Oh, sorry. Councilwoman Lewis.
It's okay. It's been a night. I'm glad to see this ordinance going through, but I just wanted to throw out the what an issue is for me. So we're gonna go and clean up the encampments, which the grants pass order let us do. And then the anti-camping ordinance. The item that I would like to see actually the region work on, since we're a SPY 8 region, or even the city, is when we come across unhoused people who have mental disorders or need some type of rehab, whether that be drug or alcohol or behavioral issues. Where are those folks gonna go? There is literally nowhere for them to go. Right now, when they are being picked up, they're being transported to ERs. ERs cannot hold them. The only thing that you can do is put somebody on a 72-hour hold for a California Code 5150, right? For if you're intoxicated, you can go to perhaps if you're meet the code for 647F, you can go and dry out for a couple of days. That does not address the underlying issue of where are we going to put the people. So while I support the anti-camping ordinance and will vote to pass for it tonight, I really want us to start considering, do we just get all the cities together and find a facility that is a building big enough to turn it into to something like that? Because everybody is screaming, we need it, we need it, we need it, all the way up into where do we put it? And then everybody's community is not here. Yeah, we need it, we'll put in, but we just don't want to hear. It also strikes me, it has to be close enough for our personnel and our staff, police and fire, to be able to check someone in and still get back on the street to finish their shift. So it has to be close before we go send them out to wherever. That's not what we want to do. We need to deal with this regionally as a city, or whether that's getting the beach cities together. I don't know what the answer is. There's got to be some type of building that we can look into, but we have to meet that need, or all this is going to do is we're just going to be churning people in and out, and what's going to happen, we'll arrest them, they'll get cut loose and be back where they are in 24 hours. And I really don't want to put our team here in Torrance through that. So we really need to get bunkered down and figure out to address the drug and alcohol problem and the behavioral disorder issues and the mental issues that need to be done, or this is going to be just a revolving door. But with that being said, I'll make a motion to do the ordinance.
City Clerk, did you complete giving the number and title already?
No. This is ordinance number 3933, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Division 4 by amending Section 45.6.6 of the Torrance Municipal Code prohibiting camping in public places, amending Section 49.2.2 of the Torrance Municipal Code prohibiting fires in parks, adding Section 45.3.33 to the Torrance Municipal Code prohibiting fires in public places, adding Section 45.1.9 to the Torrance Municipal Code regulating shelters in public places, and adding Section 45.1.10 to the Torrance Municipal Code prohibiting loitering at bus stop sites.
Can you repeat that? No.
Motion to approve.
Second.
The number was 3933.
Motion to approve ordinance number 3933.
Second, 3933.
Start voting, please.
Start
I
adopting.
was gonna say start adopting.
Start adopting.
It's getting late. That motion carried with Councilmember Matucci still absent.
Thank you. Item 12B. Do any members of the public wish to speak on this item?
This is Andy Porchop. Last time I did not talk about, or I forgot to talk about electric cars charging and parking. So I wonder how come Timmy Goodrich did not jump up and demanded it, because every plan before it got approved in the city of Torrance, Timmy Goodrich insisted electric car parking. So please consider that. I don't know if that's in it, but without electric car parking, we wouldn't waste parking spaces, and the demand for electric cars, it's so not existence, but electric vehicle charging station, and maybe one for the bus in case the city bus has to be charged. Pull in there, it's Hawthorne Boulevard, charge it up right there. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? I don't see any, but I do believe there are electric vehicle charging stations there. I think you probably forgot. You're too busy speaking. City Clerk, may I have a number and title for this item, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3934, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving a development agreement between the City of Torrance and Gable House Development, LLC, related to a development at 22501 Hawthorne Boulevard, Torrance, California, assessor's parcel number 7368-001-015.
Motion to adopt 3934.
Second to adopt ordinance 3934.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. At this moment, the City Council, I think I'm going to do the orals now and then go back to closed session. Okay. Moving on to oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items not on the agenda. Under Ralph and Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed. Request clarification or refer the item to staff. Speakers under oral communications can only speak on oral communications number 1, oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout material to council, please provide 11 copies to the City Clerk before you speak. Do I have anyone who wishes to speak who did not speak earlier in oral communications?
That would be me. I wanted to say, last meeting, there was a guy here who was speaking with profane language, and it was sickening me at home. He was invoking Donald Trump. I don't believe that's not what MAGA is, and that's not what Trump is. So I think he was a plant. I think but anyways, just wanted to denounce that guy. Number 2, I'm really pissed off about the way it came about, where something comes and you go to the audience, you go to the public first before the council reacts. I don't know how that happened, who brought it up, who voted for it, but that's not right, because we don't have the ability for to gather information. You guys have history and stuff, and people.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. I understand. You have a concern that we're going to the public first. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak? Okay, I'll go to second orals for the council members. We'll start with Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that we missed Councilwoman Lewis's birthday. We forgot to sing happy birthday to you last time, so we should happy birthday and embarrass you today. Ready?
If you're going to sing to me, I'm going to leave now.
Happy birthday to you. Just happy birthday. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Gerson.
No comment.
Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was happy to see the drone photos of 182nd and Crenshaw, and having driven through there on, I think, Sunday, I was kind of shocked that there were no barriers. It was as smooth as silk going through that intersection, so much so that I had to drive through there 4 times, north, south, east, west, just to make sure it was real. But thank you to everyone here, Public Works, staff. Also, thank you to Caltrans, wherever you are. And I think now that people can see it close to completion, I think it's really had a great effect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. I just want to congratulate again the Torrance Theater Company for 25 years. They celebrated their anniversary. They are so awesome, bringing so much magic and the arts to our city. Also, Little Mermaid was fabulous. Actually, absolutely fabulous. So congratulations to all of them, and I want to wish everybody a safe Labor Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Councilmember Kalani took mine. Just to have the quality of actors that are here voluntarily and in a live orchestra that was absolutely fabulous also on a volunteer basis, and to have that type of quality, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I saw it twice. Yes, I spent a lot of money going to see it, but it was worth every penny. Encourage everyone in the community to come out and see those plays that are just magically done. Also, we have to go back to closed session tonight, but before I leave, I will want to make a motion later when we get to the adjournment, but to, again, have adjourn in memory of Charles Payne. Mayor, I want to thank you for allowing Mrs. Payne to come out, and we should have had it under announcements, but things got out of order, so thank you for that. But more so than that, her moment kind of got interrupted, so I want to do that for her and to also acknowledge SpaceX. SpaceX does not have to allow payloads like that to go up. And the fact that they honor military service members and even members that are part of the space community, that could be Mayor Chin if he chooses to. He worked on that technology to go up in a payload and actually do that to honor service members and people who actually are have put their time and effort and their families' time and efforts, because what they do is not easy. I just wanted to acknowledge SpaceX, and I think Blue Origin might do it too, but it's a fabulous program. And so later when we come back, not sure when we're going to come back from closed session, I'll be asking to adjourn in memory of Charles Payne. Thank you.
Thank you. As we conclude this evening's meeting, I want to thank you for your active participation, interest, and stay informed. Your involvement continues to help shape Torrance and keep us moving forward. Thank you to City Cable for sharing our meetings live. In case you miss any portion of this meeting, you can find it archived online at torranceca.gov, YouTube, and Facebook. So we will not be back until September 10th. And we will not do the motion now because we are going back to closed session. Thank you. We have returned from closed session. City Manager, anything to report out?
Nothing to report, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. I'll take a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting.
I move to adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of Charles Payne to Tuesday, September 10th, 2024, at 5 p.m. for closed session, with regular business commencing at 6:30 p.m. Dark nights are Tuesday, August 27th, and Tuesday, September 3rd.
I second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci up.
All right. Thank you. Good night. We beat midnight.